welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Sludge, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome back, everybody. Yes, I had to work for Cinco de Drinko, so I was not able to stream last night, but I told you guys I would make it up to you, and here we are. I'm sure you guys have seen that Hasanabi, Jank's nephew, and Ethan H3, they have very much been beefing over, it's really been like a year or 2 years or something like that. But, you know, it started when they had that podcast together and they were talking about all this stuff with Israel, and Hasan would not let up on the fact that they were baby settlers in Israel. And that just, you know, started a whole kerfuffle where Hasan's audience would just go ham on Ethan as if he was, you know, some like anti-Palestine. Like, he's not, but he just won't go 100%. And of course he is Jewish, and his wife not only Jewish but born in Israel, in the IDF, all that kind of stuff. So this is coming to a head, and they're gonna fight it out, and let's just watch it. So as always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Hasan Piker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
Shout out to Hondo. Welcome. Thank you, sir.
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here.
If you want,
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like, that's fine.
Hey,
I don't
Hasan, leave the production notes to my team.
Y'all know how I have the pet peeves about respecting the channel host. Now he's over here telling his production team what to do. That's
you can switch your show how you like.
Starting.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cup, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get...
So if you are not familiar with what he's talking about, another streamer, YouTuber, iDubbbz, put out a content cop that basically showed why Hasan is A-okay and Ethan is no good. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. And there we go. Welcome, guys.
Get started. Can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me. And of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end. So hold on one second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead. Start. No, I know you're not.
Okay,
I just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right.
Pretty simple.
So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, right. Like, you didn't say different message. You just used a bunch of different words.
If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean,
yeah, right. What a weird definition. Welcome to. There we go. Get you an air horn. Welcome, Richard Hart.
I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you.
Sure.
Okay.
So again, remember, these are two super pro-Palestine people. Ethan just has a reasonable sympathies for Israel because he has a lot of family there.
How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to
No,
that.
no,
We'll
no,
get to that, I
no. We're
promise.
here. I don't want to talk about
Okay.
definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
But that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
So I'm not going to know every single thing that they are referencing. Usually they're going to talk about it and bring it to the audience, but like something like whatever they're doing, I don't know what they're talking about. I know what the Fortnite dance is, but I don't know the context. So I'm not going to know everything, but we're going to get the meat of it. We're going to get the meat of it.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed
by
who was a journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really, you're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay,
by the way, you thought that the likes were botted on that.
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the Content Cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the Content Cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes are.
So there's a lot of dislikes on the video that was basically saying Ethan bad, and Hasan was saying that was all bots.
Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. And it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
I don't recall saying.
So first question you can't remember. Second question doesn't care.
But I don't know why this is a major point of contention. All right, so
no.
Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Did you think it was?
Well, it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know.
Stalling.
I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the Content Cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
So this is a bigger thing that has gone on, that as the beef has escalated, obviously people in Hasan's audience are going to be crazy sycophants, and it's gotten to the level of where they used some thing where Ethan's dog was sick and they were worried about, you know, their baby being near the dog. Somebody twisted that into a thing that said that they let dog shit all over their house and that the kids should be removed from the home. So they actually called CPS on Ethan's home.
No, that do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me,
yes,
what my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's Content Cop.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS? I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call
No.
CPS.
That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hasan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
Shout out to Zippy, the SMV. Yeah, get him out of here. Get him out of here. We don't need that. Welcome. You can see, so before anybody goes crazy with it, Ethan does have Tourette's, and when, you know, he gets into it, he's gonna have a lot of tics and stuff. So it's like that thing, and it's Tourette's.
I don't have any like.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hasan, I don't care. Let's just go on.
What do you mean? You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever. Yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan. Please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know who also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow. God forbid.
Explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff.
What is your point, bro?
Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know. We've had these conversations in private before we, stop doing our podcast.
Okay.
And you know my position on this. I think it's completely
I know
unacceptable.
you're
I am
against
victim to the
CPS.
same
That's
exact
not
things that
even
happen to you
interesting.
in this regard. I would never in a million years
Okay,
advocate
ask
for
me a
that sort of
question.
thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very
And
good.
I don't
Ask
know
me a
why you
question.
think that I have anything to do with
Because
it.
you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS got called on me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Editorial. Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it. Okay, not if you made it. It's pretty fucking. Pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right.
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hassan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic.
From you asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
No, he's just asking you if you think that the video that went to completely tank Ethan's reputation unjustly, that included the fact that CPS got called, maybe the context around that, yes, would have been a good answer. But you just had to spend the last 5 minutes. Well, technically the editorial decisions are not on my desk. Blah, 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 blah. Shut up.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great.
That's something that was established on the podcast that they have. They had rather, like 2 years ago.
Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the U.S.
He just said yes.
I said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If
really
you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Palestinian advocates.
I don't know.
So the question that he's trying to ask: do you think you've spent enough time as a content creator on the actual conflict, or have you gone after people that disagree with you? How is this guy famous? How is this guy famous? Shout out to Kelly Green. Welcome to the party that supports terrorists and is a retard. Can't disagree with that.
Against
Where's that
people
membership badge,
that
son?
are
Where's
doing
that
that?
membership badge?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian advocates that
I don't
you feel
know
like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on. Do I think my coverage?
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay.
He basically did in that clip.
Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hassan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced from
I was going to explain that.
content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers.
Leftovers. That was the name of the podcast that they had. Richard, so the issue is that you're only allowed to see far lefty radicals supporting Palestine, and that is by design, which you would think would lead people to ask the obvious question, and that's exactly the genesis of all of this. That basically that Ethan is, not politically very well established. He is a lefty, but he's more of a normie than anything else. And so when Hasan's out here trying to push these far left things, these far left ideas, then Ethan's just like, well, how about, just like the reasonable perspective? Hasan's like, no, how dare you?
It's starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
So what's important for us to understand here is that if you had that sword and somebody tried to use the fact that you had that sword as like, oh, you're a Nazi, it would be ridiculous. But of course, Hasan is somebody who engages in that type of guilty by association mentality. So Ethan's just flipping it back on him.
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward.
Yeah. So I think what Ethan's trying to do here is like, well, if you were not a Nazi, then you would get rid of that sword, because that's the way that they actually think. That's what they expect you and I to do.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up. But yeah,
when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
So you knew it was a swastika, and you chose it anyway. Richard said, I agree with your take. Most people would see the sword argument as ridiculous, but Hasan uses the same logic all the time. So why can't he be held to his own standard? Exactly. And I think that's really important as we're getting into this, because Ethan didn't do a great job of establishing that that's what he was doing.
Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan,
answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again.
Oh my God, he cannot be anything but condescending. You can't answer the question. You're still being condescending.
Was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna be soft with you here.
Explain this to you ago, but regardless,
do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question.
Is
it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that IDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
I mean, they must be Nazis.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. Yes, I do. You are the people who talk about, oh, dog whistle this and dog whistle that, when I'd never really heard of that. Like, I do agree that there are certain things, like from the river to the sea, that is a dog whistle. But most things that I've ever heard be called dog whistles is basically just, well, I've determined that that person was racist. So even though it's an innocuous statement, they're now racist. And if you don't agree, well, too bad, because the dog whistle is not tuned for you to hear it. So I heard it. And so it's a silly thing. But here we are using it against him. King said, I think they did everything to specifically fuck with Ethan, but he can't admit it. Yeah, and that's the bitch shit. That's the bitch made shit. That if Hasan, if you think that Ethan is this horrible Jew that needs to be taken down and own that shit. Stand on business. But he's pretending like, oh no, we're buddies, we're friends. I know everybody in my chat is calling you a horrible person that deserves to die and calling CPS on your family, but we're buddies. That's exactly the mentality that makes him such a horrible person. It's not just the really bad political positions. It's his personality in general. Hey, there we go. Kelly Green signing up as a member. There you go. There you go. And of course, a treat for Morty. And guys, don't forget that the membership is not just for YouTube. In fact, let's do this.
Yes.
If you guys are enjoying the show, the party rages on 24/7 over in our Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat and is absolutely free to join 24/7. We're in there hanging out, having a great time. And guys, it is absolutely free. However, if you are a member of this channel here on YouTube, you can scroll right below that video and hit that join button. Starts at $2.99. There's a few different tiers, but $2.99 will get you in. It gets you members only live streams here on YouTube, all that other good stuff. But it opens up the full Discord server. So we've got the free chat that is open to anyone. Anybody can join and talk. But as you can see, that is just one of our channels. There's a bunch of different channels here, including our disciple chat for members only, our word of the day watch party, where we're talking about all this stuff. And of course, we have the voice channel here, where we are hanging out at this moment. Shout out to everybody in the Discord server. Say hello and tell them to come and join.
Hello, come and join.
There you go, guys. Simple as that. See you there. See you there, especially Kelly Green, a new member. Let's do that. And a shout out to TV Viewerski. Welcome to the party. Did we miss something here? Thank you on the transition. I'm getting better. You know, getting better. Welcome. Oh, there we go. Hey, shout out to TV Viewerski with the $10 PayPal. Thank you. So very much, of course, a treat for Morty, and of course that makes you the new sponsor. But if you'd like Morty to be the sponsor, we can definitely do that for you. Thank you so very much, guys. And remember, we've changed things up with the swole goal. So whether we can either have 15 super chats of any amount, 99 cents will do, or if we reach $50, that is 10 push-ups. You gotta help bulk me up. I'm too skinny. Thank you so very much. Welcome to the party. TV said Hasan is a piker in the Canadian sense. That's a good one. And we also got Avery. Welcome to the party. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to look into that at all. So ask me tomorrow. Hey, my goodness. Look at Avery signing up at the second tier as a true disciple. There you go. I didn't even have to remind myself what other perks that comes with. But thank you so very much and welcome. I know you're already in the server. Make sure, again, guys, it is, even if you're not a channel member, it is free to join the Discord. The link is pinned at the top of the channel. Thank you guys so very much. Let's dive right back in here.
Feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes.
Yep.
That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. True. Right? So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hasan. No. Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most.
Look how hard he's trying to not let Ethan get this point out. He's just, like, do you? And the sad thing is that his audience isn't going to be able to see that that's what he's doing. They're just gonna be like, oh, Ethan won't let him talk. That's all they'll see.
You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan.
Take
a deep breath.
Answer the question.
That is such cope. Whenever you constantly need to just do things to deflect and add time to before you have to answer, that is cope. It is crazy. Shout out again to the new members and of course our sponsor, TV Viewerski, aka Morty. Thank you. We also got our boy Guam Tag. Welcome to the son. Was the kind of kid that would be told to clean his room, gets yelled at for not doing it, and saying, "Well, Mom, you didn't say when to clean it, so it's really your fault." Spot on. Welcome to the party, Guam Tag.
Thank for thinking this is odd.
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Yeah, because you were talking over him, and I kind of don't believe you that he didn't hear it, which is why you were talking over him.
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog?
You already answered the question.
In an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario.
Let
me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in
I missed this one from Rich. Well, come on. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Okay. Richard said, I believe from the river to the sea only exists because of the Zionists saying from the Nile to the Euphrates. I thought that was something that's been around for a minute. No? I could be wrong about that. But, you know, and that's something that does fit into, we're saying this, but we mean that. That is a very clear, established thing that's supposed to mean something specific. So like the 8647, that's a dog whistle because it's not meant to be it's not meant to be overt, but it is direct. So the 8647 means and Donald Trump. So that's a dog whistle. When people say, I can't even think of some of the times I've heard something and someone's like, oh, that's a racist dog whistle. I'm like, how? Like they're just saying a thing. And I'm like, no, well, if you knew, then you'd be able to see that what he's really saying is that. And it's like, I there's no argument against that. Like you're just saying, yeah, it's racist, and you can't tell me otherwise. Not a good rhetorical tool.
Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even, you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
Gaslighting.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So yes. Microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know.
So as you can see, the actual specifics are not super important. It's just like the us being able to see in real time Hasan spinning his wheels to avoid actually saying anything. Shout out to John Castle. Welcome to the party. He said, oh my, I have so many opinions. Well, you are in the right place, sir. Because it's funny, the slave-owning warlords go fight Israel when they could take over Jordan, Saudi Arabia, or Egypt. Oh, wait, they'd be turned into a parking lot. Oh, come on. A parking lot. Yep.
Oh, sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is. And that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's
that's what he's going with, that it was just by cosmic coincidence that somebody picked up the swastika sword that he owns.
Cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I
know
right?
It's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know.
See again, why are you asking me this question? It doesn't matter. Just answer the question. You're here to have a debate, so engage in the debate. Well, I don't know if... actually, the type of question that this is actually belongs 7 minutes later in the debate. So I'm going to set my clock to 7 minutes, give myself some time to think about it, and then I will answer your question. It's like, bro, we can all see through it. We can all see through it. I want to... Yep. Zippy said Sanskrit came long before Nazis did, unless it's a German sword. And it's not. That's exactly the point, is that we can all see that it's a ridiculous argument to say, oh, that's a Japanese symbol that was, way earlier than the Nazi swastika. But, you're still using it, and that makes you a bad person. That's a dumb argument, but that is an argument that Hasan would make. And so now when you flip that on him, you get this. He doesn't even know what to say. An excuse for what? So again, remember, Ethan has Tourette's. So as this goes deeper and deeper, you're going to see a lot of hand wringing and weird movements from Ethan. But that's his Tourette's. So he said Hasan is paying iDubbbz, and iDubbbz is crashing hard. So I don't really know very much about that whole group of people. I've kind of just seen, you know, the big stuff that they put out. But what is he? How's he crashing out?
Leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke.
And that's a decent question. It's like, oh, it was just a fluke. We didn't mean to put the Nazi sword, but it happened to have that symbol. Why not use that that clip or that photo?
Even in the photo, I don't.
I know,
right?
it's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry, Hasan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that IDub should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Over the Manji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me. Yes.
Exactly. That's if you're gonna own it, just own it and be like, yeah, my bad, but you know, obviously I'm not a Nazi because it was just a sword. Like, stop trying to play both sides. Be like, well, no, it's not technically a Nazi sword, but you know, but I still could see how it could be that, and I don't want to offend anybody. Insane. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. So I'm proud of Ethan for sticking it to his ex-friend and work colleague. I mean, somebody had to. And I don't know why it's so difficult to get, and well, I do know why it's so difficult to get him into these situations because he's this bad at it. But yeah, exactly. Look, the funniest part is the whole debate is that it's literally two people SJWing each other and fighting over who is the most virtuous. Neither of them live up to the leftist standard because there is none. Pretty much. So he's a cringe humor content creator. He could draw 200 to 400K events. He was the boxing guy, right? He was the one who set up the Creator Boxing. I think that was him, right?
I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me. Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
why should you leave it out?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish? Was anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika?
You get the pass. You get the pass if you're a Jew.
One time
do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
It's hilarious. And that's exactly what we are here to see. This is much less about who is right and who is wrong, and much more about exposing the tactics and showing you how when you get two of them using the same tactics, that it is, it goes in circles. It's not going to really go anywhere. And so that when you encounter somebody else using these tactics, you can see, oh, this person is not worth my fucking time.
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Again, not answering the question.
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You posed with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe.
Because you're a Nazi!
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely.
No, Hasan. That is the point. It's not a productive use of time. And this is your job. This is what you do every single day. That is the point.
So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
but it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the Nazi swastika.
On the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, cool. A tasteless joke on IDub's shirt 10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad.
I referred to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
Mhm.
If you ask a Hindu
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's flipped. I think the Hindu one is mirrored, but
person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know it?
Fuck
So you
no,
know it's
they
not
know
a
that
swastika,
looks
but
like
you
a
keep calling it
swastika.
a swastika sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke.
Do you
You
think that
brandished
only,
what I.
do you think that only Hindu people have bleed swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating
and
on
he left
the
it up.
decision making
If
of
it was a
person
mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You don't
this
need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know.
you'll also notice that he, while Hasan has not made this huge content, this content cop or content nuke, whatever, this giant video of here's everything that's wrong with Ethan, because other people are doing it for him. He's hiding behind the fact that it's not his video, as if he isn't, number one, the reason that the video exists, and the reason that everybody thinks all these things about Ethan. He's slimy. He's a slimy individual.
What was going
I'm not
on
accusing
in
you
his
of being
mind.
iDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you think
I don't have a
if you
problem
could go
telling
back,
you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this.
genuinely-
Go ahead,
I
ask me a
don't care.
question.
Okay.
So you can see that, of course, if somebody like Elon Musk accidentally does something that could be misconstrued as a Hitler salute, that, you know, he'll go all the live long day, oh, that's horrible, this is such a big deal. But when it's someone on his side, and specifically one of his friends, I don't really care about this. I don't really care about this. Yeah, he hasn't been.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take, against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have.
So the question is, what do you think they could do about it? I don't know why these people feel the need to dance around their thoughts. Like, just say the thing. What do you think they should be doing?
Set boundaries on what you think
just
is
killing civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
Time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
He says for the third time.
That's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then
totally
we don't
agree
disagree
with you on that. Great.
Okay. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Tabra tier list.
Hold on. I have a. Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
And again, personally, I'm not. This has been debated to death. I don't really care about the actual debating the actual details of the Israel, Palestine, Hamas, all that stuff. Everybody's had their opinion put out there, and you think what you think. We are specifically talking about the rhetorical tactics that people like Hasan constantly use and elevate themselves and virtue signal with it. Then when it gets used against them, they don't have a word to say.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
go ahead.
Audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get
my
the
audio keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that
this conversation
you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
Right, what's happening right now?
Do you want me to answer?
Okay.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't want you to answer, Ethan.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know.
Shout out to CT223. Welcome to the party. And Hasan is the most bad faith debater. He spouts socialism while he makes money from tips and ad revenue off Twitch. It's between Hasan and Sam Cedar. No question. No question. Welcome to the party.
No, I know what he's
saying. No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this video.
This is not going to be a gotcha moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
No, don't let the audience watch the video because then they're going to know things.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But
so it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I
know. I have more positions that I agree with him on
the video
as well.
Again, he's talking over the video because he doesn't want us to hear it.
Movement.
I know. I have more positions that I agree with him on
the video
as well.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river,
someone's gonna hit me with the chair react.
Yeah, right. He literally gets up. Oh my God. I mean, we need every time there's a Hasanism. We come on. There you go. Getting up from the chair while the video's playing.
Ambiguity. When you say from the river,
someone's gonna hit me with the chair react.
To the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So
this is the same issue, by the way, with the slogan Black Lives Matter.
I have, in recent weeks,
and to fund the police for that matter,
I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't.
Doesn't quite roll off the tongue, but from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free.
Answer that slogan, because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing.
Don't forget, guys, we are on X and Rumble. YouTube likes to eat up those comments that they don't like.
We routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him.
You're not going to make much hay about it yet. When it comes to other dog whistles, you're right on top of it.
But when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I'm not. It's not even my opinion.
I have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed it?
He doesn't say it is extermination.
When have I opposed it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it?
Zippy says, boundary. They hide among civilians. All you can do is kill them until the civilians replace the warlords. You can't save the meat shields. Nope. And that's a big reason why I can't, root for either side. It's like they're both bad. They're both bad. Neither of them are doing what you would want to do if you want to end conflict. They want to kill people.
Do you remember me advocating against it?
if he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it
you
didn't
said
happen. You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
Oh,
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm
now,
does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
Very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm. We'll have a great conversation about
list.
From the River to the Sea.
So shout out to Actual Justice Warrior who covered this thing they're about to talk about pretty well. I'll do my best to summarize, and I'll see exactly what he says.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
You spoke, and now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on, you said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think?
I can care about two things, my friend.
Incredibly narrow framework
very
surrounding
easy.
Your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay. No,
even if one is more urgent than the other.
That's reverse whataboutism.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important?
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that
Hasan,
the genocide is a more urgent
Hasan,
issue.
please let me ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary surrounding this issue on talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed
Wait, can you answer that question?
No, Hasan, you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
There you go. So this is Ethan using the goodwill that he has earned so far in this discussion by answering questions directly to ratchet up the tone a little bit. Be like, no, motherfucker. I answered your questions. You answer my questions.
Wait, but
I said you're so gracious. You're gonna let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make sense?
Don't make me take it back. All right, let me ask you a question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Again. Oh my God. Hold on 1 second. I'm just thinking of a response. I think they're going to show it on screen. I'll explain it when they get there, but
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And so before they get too far into it, this is what they're talking about. So this was, I believe, TwitchCon. They had this this tier list, and this is on like one of the main stages of TwitchCon or whatever it was, but whatever. And so they have being Arab is the best. Then Arab coded, you're not quite there, but you're better than everybody else. And as for missions, that's like from what I understood, somebody who would like get the N-word pass. And down here at the bottom tier is loves Sabra. So Sabra is the hummus. It's Israeli, and that's their not so subtle way of being like Arab good, Jewish bad. Shout out to Bambi. Welcome to the party. Okay. Well, I mean, you could leave if you want. Hasan should just emulate Bill Maher. I mean, he kind of does.
And it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good.
Like
let me ask you a
the
question.
Cracker band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now,
So you can see that they had this chick here, this Muslim chick is the creator of this, and the thumbnail where they put this online in the F tier, which was again the Love Sabra. They have a very fat picture of Ethan and Ben Shapiro. Let
me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. What? Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
So even on the actual panel, they didn't have Ben Shapiro on there. So Ben Shapiro is just for the thumbnail to show that the F tier is Jews.
Ethan,
Whoa, answer the question
again.
What you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz.
Oh, but you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't.
Like, I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro
back to I don't care. I don't care. That's not me. Just every deflection in the world
there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
because he's Jewish.
What?
Because it's the most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as?
I don't think this is actually ever what Ethan looked like. I mean, he was chubby, but I don't think it was that bad. I'm pretty sure he's never been bald like that. I think that's an AI photo, but you know.
The why
100% without a doubt, yes.
Ozempic goes far, baby.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man.
No, it's not.
It's tough.
It's a very simple question. Why do you think that this person put Ben Shapiro on a thumbnail of a video that does not have Ben Shapiro? Pretty simple question.
You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me then.
You look kind of dumb
So why is
right
Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube. That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
And so, like, again, if that's your position, if you're like, fuck the, you know, if that's your position, you know, fuck the Jews and all that stuff, be that person. Stand on business. Hasan is that person, but he's too much of a bitch to actually say what he believes when his job is saying what he believes.
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences. Hasan, they're really stacking up.
All right, every 5 times we'll get drunk, we'll get shit faced. Otherwise, every 5 times that Hasan uses Ethan's name to build time, we're taking a drink.
Just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences. Hasan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, let's first of all,
right, we're at 2.
The tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
Jew. You called him a token Jew.
And I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. He's
business.
Yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
Hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Is the lowest. The Sabra Hummus, liking Sabra Hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say that the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
Wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra Hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing. By the way, you think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra Hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beat? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a doc.
Do you guys remember when there was a clip going around of some girl running up to Hasan and she's like, "You're always drinking Diet Pepsi or Diet Coke or whatever it is, and they're on the banned list for genocide." Da, 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 da. So he was like, "Oh no, well, I'll put it in a cup so that." And she's like, "No, you can't drink it at all." So that's why he's asking, "What are you drinking?"
Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beat? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are
national
you sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Hasan is probably the best example of audience capture. If it's not him, it's Sneeko. But, you know, he's a lot bigger than Sneeko. But just anything to keep those viewer numbers up. TV said, "Oof, looks like the India and Pakistan thing is heating up. Shooting down an aircraft now, allegedly." All right, well, hopefully not too bad. We'll see how that develops.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra Hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said, "Stop drinking Diet Coke," it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on the official BDS list,
you're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
So whatever list this is, it's like a boycott list for Palestinians.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You said, you know what's fun?
That doesn't even make sense. Why would the girl have a reason to come up to you and say, "Don't drink Diet Coke" if it wasn't already on this list?
And you told her.
Because I think it's like.
You remember what you told her, son?
You
remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a
Sure.
ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
So again, in case you missed it, the loving Sabra is code for Jewish person, and they're just putting Jewish people at the bottom of the tier list and Arab people at the top. Just open, blatant racism. Like, am I going to cry about it? Like, no, but it is that. And these are the people that rail against this nonstop.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly.
Wait, what is it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. Yeah, I don't like.
So you could think of this as Sabra hummus is to Israeli Jews as watermelon and fried chicken is to black people. So there's the stereotype that exists. So if you're talking about if you were to do a tier list that at the top was white, then Latino, then Asian, and then loves fried chicken and watermelon, like, come on.
It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. I don't like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is
I do
the anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro on the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Now we've got two cosmic coincidences.
Ethan,
go ahead. Next question.
I'm not Frogan,
I know it's
and I don't know why.
Right. And again, so what we are doing here is not making the value judgments based on their ideology, because of course, watermelon, hummus, fried chicken are all awesome and have nothing to do with race. But these are the people that do. And so when these are the people that have issues with stuff like that and alluding to racial stereotypes. So the fact that they are doing it themselves, but just with a different race or a different group of people, it's the hypocrisy. It's not the it's the worst thing in the world that they said someone loves hummus. It's the fact that they are being racist openly when they are the people who have been railing against that nonstop.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say?
There is a tier list in front of me. And it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me, are in the F tier.
On the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at.
So are African Americans.
The thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But it's a.
So the underlying thing here is that Hasan doesn't know anything about anything. He doesn't know anything about anything. Everything that comes with, well, I don't know, that wasn't me. I don't know. Well, it could have been a joke. I don't know this, maybe. It's all this plausible deniability. He will never take a stance unless he knows that everybody he's talking to is going to agree with him.
It's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
What's wrong with armpit hair? I'm not shaving my armpit.
And it's just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like.
He's wearing a Rolex hat. So a socialist coded. And next he's going to say he was wearing it ironically.
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every
Yeah,
now
and
and
your
then.
son. Oh,
So TV gets it. That's what we're doing here. We are having fun. We are not trying to get into the merits of these arguments. We want to watch the tactics at play and how they don't work. And if you try to engage in good faith with somebody who uses these tactics, you're gonna lose because they are not in the business of understanding. They're in the business of forcing people to agree with them. His whole life is a stand-up routine.
yeah.
I got a free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every
Yeah,
now
and
and
your
then.
son. Oh, wow. Who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro
Wait,
was accidentally in the F
What
tier.
does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know.
What's
It's
happening?
confusing.
Because you're racist against Jewish people. That's what we're establishing here.
It's very confusing for you. It's like a car
Yeah,
crash, I'm sure.
Why do you think there's a
So
Jewish
this is a
man in the
cosmic
A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
the tier?
And so this is actually a good way to separate somebody where I think most of us here are very unhappy, to say the least, with Israel and the relationship between Israel and America and all that stuff. The difference between that and somebody who's like, because of the fact that I don't like Israel, I'm going to talk shit about Jews.
Tier list. If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Wow,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb, like,
I mean, he is a big dude. He has no fighting experience, but you know,
any
Of course.
incidents
The
that
Jewish
even
man
come
is
across as
crazy.
remotely
He sees
anti-Semitic, and you're
anti-Semitism
having a really
everywhere.
hard time.
These
Well,
are
if you
just
want my answer,
cosmic
if you want my perspective, I'm
mistakes.
telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, okay? I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented,
that would be based if they did, but probably not.
okay? I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We can't
open,
talk about
out and
anything
about
else. That's very
anti-Semitism,
convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have
Unlike yourself.
lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not.
They are, though, and you're just coping, and you want to make it seem like, oh, because we have because we're on the right side of the aisle, we can be anti-Semitic, and that's okay. And it's not anti-Semitism in the same way that Black people talk about, Black liberals talk about the notion that Black people can't be racist because it's prejudice plus power or some shit. Like, no, they are openly anti-Semitic.
You can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not
And
wearing a
you
shirt
want
that says
to
"I
make
hate
them-
Jews," but
it
they're walking
seems to
around
me- it
swastikas
seems to me
and
like
doing
you-
careless with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
It
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without
you-
the.
Yep, exactly. I'll come back to that, Bambi. But this is the same type of thinking that when we say, well, how do we know they were MS-13 gang member? They only had the appropriate tattoos, but it didn't say MS-13, so we don't know. That's what Hasan is trying to argue about his friends. And he said, being that racism wasn't always defined as it is in modernity, I don't think racism is bad, nor does the original definition contradict what we can verify today. I believe that racism is a belief that race is the primary determinant of human traits and capacities, that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. Yeah, so you can believe in that if you want, but I think most people don't, because we can see a very clear average of people of different races and different levels of everything. But yeah, each their own. TV said Ethan did a great job staying focused. Disclaimer: I'm not an Ethan fan. Me neither. But that is why we need to be able to recognize when someone we don't like does something that we do like.
But they're walking around swastikas and doing careless with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as close as you can pretty much fucking get without them just saying, "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like,
and I think you're acting really silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism.
See, that's what the dog whistle. that when we talk about a racial dog whistle, you can't argue against it. You're just saying that it's a dog whistle in this circumstance, but it's not actually. It's just a regular statement of whatever. And you can't argue against that because they say, no, you just don't understand what the dog whistle is. So that's the argument that Hasan is trying to make, is that no. Even though it's openly anti-Semitic, it's not because reasons.
This looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a stretch.
But once again, none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the value judgment thing. Like you can't make a decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell?
Well, when you go,
Yes, Hasan, that sounds stupid as hell. CT said, this seems to be a hyper-polarized debate from both people on either side, when really, I feel like most people are centrist and don't give a shit either way. Again, that you're absolutely right. And this my stream here is not about Israel and Palestine. It is about the rhetorical tactics that people on the left use and how to separate somebody who is on the left and has different opinions than you versus somebody who not only has different opinions than you, but are trying to manipulate the conversation to make it seem like you're a bad person because of the fact that you have different opinions than them.
I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making.
Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're gonna like the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay, you want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield.
So imagine somebody coming to Hasan and say, as a black person, and saying, I experienced this microaggression in dog whistle. And then he said this to them.
Be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to.
How would that go over? I agree that a lot of people do use dog whistles as a shield. But these are the people who say you can't make that argument because it's racist. Yet here he is making that exact argument.
To deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation.
Projection! Who is it that is trying so desperately to get their audience to believe that they're not the bad guy? That would be you, Hasan. That would be you.
But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast.
I'm so mad at Theo's whatever company that they claim that shit. I would have loved to cover that.
Where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Clip
I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on, let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that...
Nope. I think you very clearly are, Hasan, but I think she has issues with Israel and the relationship between that country and our country.
He was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
Wow, so bang.
Do you think...
Hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy.
No, Ethan. As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So,
if you are somebody on the left and you're at the state of saying, well, at least I'm not as bad as Candace Owens, she's like a I don't even know what the word is, but they hate her. They think she is awful. So for you to even make the argument, well, I'm not as bad. That's like someone on our side being, well, I'm not as bad as Destiny. It's like, okay. TV said, Ethan, bringing Hasan back to the rules. No, it's my turn to ask a question. Is the primary tactic that he uses successfully in this discussion. Yeah, and that is, you have to be able to recognize when someone is deflecting and trying not to answer a question or trying to, waste time, all that stuff. You have to be able to identify in real time and then also have the balls to be able to say, no, it's my turn. This is what we're doing. And there you go. There you go. That is why we are watching this.
And if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you
at
as anti? Well, let me finish.
Let me finish. You asked me 2 questions. And let's address
no.
what you think I'm doing that's anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright.
Oh, so again, I don't agree that Candace is anti-Semitic, but we are operating under the fact that they both agree that Candace is anti-Semitic.
Oh, but I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
Do you think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I
was. You just said yes 3 times.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now.
I agree. I don't think most people would, but the people that would are in your camp.
Oh, and
let's not worry about that.
Let's sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look, going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday, you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said, I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
We got the clip, the receipt.
No, I said, I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice.
Again and again and again. What is Hasan doing? Talking over the video because he knows. He's full of shit.
Scott, let's go back and watch the clip.
Because I said, I didn't say.
Oh, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story, I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. I only
in the
see
waiting room.
Bro,
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
That's
you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
I love this this wooden flag thing that Theo has. It's so cool. I mean, a flag's a flag's a flags, but I don't know why it seems so cool.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
Did anybody even make that argument?
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday.
Is it though?
Because
you just got back.
Yeah, Libs at TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call.
What do you mean? What is this? You're watching yourself. You're watching yourself, and it just cut to Theo. What do you mean? What is this?
TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting.
Why are you showing me this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Yeah, Ethan.
Oh, that's 5. That's 5. Dilly. Ethan.
framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. Okay. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my end. I'm sorry. Okay. So
more deflecting.
Yeah, this was
and it's not just on the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's
again, you're putting yourself in the same camp as somebody that you think is this horrible anti-Semite. Now, stepping back again, I don't think that if Theo Von, the comedian, wants to have Hasan Piker on his podcast, that it needs to be grilling him. Like, if Theo just wants to talk to a dude, let the dude, that's what he does. But these are the people who talk about platforming and the responsibility of this, unless it has to do with them.
Like, he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Again, imagine. Oh, so if he was talking to a black person, do you think that, or are you just saying anything that makes you feel bad is racism? I mean, kind of based, but he would never, ever, ever say that to a black person.
You feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment.
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why. You guys were hitting that same flavor.
Owens
yes.
On anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
days ago you said I wasn't, but
I
also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You
did.
You went
back and forth.
I have actually went back and checked.
You on it.
I had said that you've spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
you're lying.
Just simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay.
Of course you don't, because it makes you look bad.
Yes, my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
Wait, well, sorry, I missed that one.
Any Jewish?
You think it's appropriate to accuse
person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
Yeah. That's racist.
No,
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitic.
Saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do think that that's
getting ahead of yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're the ADL.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
You remember?
Wait, is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Well, I have an idea, Hasan. How about you fucking watch the clip? Maybe you'll figure it out.
Wait. No. This is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love
for real
this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No. Hold on.
No,
you brought this dude
up. It doesn't
up.
matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hasan, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine.
Why
did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there. Okay, you asked me. It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space.
She doth protest too much.
Ethan? Is it because he rolled up to me?
Hey, shout out to Amanda Price. Welcome to the party. We are watching this shit show of a debate between Ethan from H3 and Hasan, and we are not trying to get into the specifics of what they believe. We all know that they both have terrible political opinions. We are focusing on the rhetorical tactics that they use so that we can better see it in other people. Welcome.
That's a good question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Bingo.
Yeah,
can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does
he
not
loves
like
you, that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Wait.
All right, Hasan, here you go, buddy.
And again, all of this is just to delay the video that Ethan wants to play.
Here we go. You wanted it. I've got it.
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
So this is Hasan, if you couldn't tell.
I love you. I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
And this is the other guy that they're talking
I
about.
love you, bro.
You're like my girl.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
Look gay now.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why.
That's now 3. This is actually not a Hasan fan. What you just saw was not somebody who walked up to Hasan, said, "I love you, man," and wanted to take a picture with him. That's not at all what happened, okay? Hasan's going to explain what did happen.
Wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's
what fans do. Just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean they're not a fan of you. He didn't say you're a fan of this guy. He said this guy is a fan of you. Fans can be fucking weird. Context said, honestly, Ethan's tick cracked me up. Not even in a mean way. They're just too perfect sometimes. I mean, it is a good distraction from all the bullshit points trying to be made. Needs a neutralizer. Stat.
Nothing to do with he's a fan.
Dumbass.
Listen,
for his own
Hasan,
dumbass
please,
podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
it's
absolutely
not called derailing. When I'm telling you, I was there, and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are.
Since this is on H3, I would love if they were able to mute him so that we could actually get these questions out. Because so much of what he says is literally just word salad vomit.
Nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive
fan
of mine.
Play the clip
just trying to clout chase.
I'll play it again. You know.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Bro,
I love you. Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he
again talking over it? Oh wait, do we have captions here? Or say, "Can I give you a hug, bro? I'm so sweaty, bro. I love you, bro. Bro.
I know who I am and ask people around me because that also.
I have to interview you. You're like my hero.
Bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Well, I think I look gay now.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a fan. And again, the whether or not this random person is a fan of Hasan or not, doesn't matter. The fact is that Ian was trying to make a point with what that a person is going to say in the clip that he's about to show. But before we could even get there, Hasan decided that it was useful to the conversation to hop on the fact that no, this is not a fan of mine. Even though he clearly is. Oh, wait, we got 3 more there. That Ethan. Dilly. Every time Hasan uses Ethan's name to try to delay, every 5 Ethans we drink.
You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
It's almost like you can be a fan of more than one thing. Just like the opinions we were talking about before, you can have more than one of them at the same time.
You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll do it again. Fuck it.
My producer and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March,
I'm so sorry, bro.
there.
Talking over it again.
I'm so sorry.
And he's in the chat right now.
You're my hero, bro.
He's in the chat right now. This is definitely not a fan of mine.
I love you. Bro, you're the coolest guy.
Ethan.
Well, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay.
I didn't really understand what gaslighting actually could be. Because the way that I've heard it was in the same way I've heard about dog whistles, where it's like, that's not really a thing. You're just saying you don't like that, and you're using a term, but this is gaslighting. You're being delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please. I mean, so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him. I know you don't. He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking clout chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles.
I'll play the fucking Palestinian encampment. That's why? That's all it takes for you?
Nope. Saying he loves you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
an interview for his podcast,
for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me move on.
You don't
care. Do you want to talk?
Every five. If we go every time he uses his name, we're gonna die no matter what you're drinking, smoking, doing, whatever. Every five. Don't hurt yourself. Amanda said, the more word salad, the taller the tower of bullshit. Well said.
Talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Like this is wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person
some random person who says he loves you for saying they're a fan. That's insane.
You is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in
I lied.
One of your videos.
I lied about him being a fan.
The other point is that, Hasan, do you think that Ethan's argument is this guy is your fan, therefore you're bad? There was another point coming. He was just saying that this person watches your content. So the fact that Hasan is digging so deep and he's not a fan, doesn't fucking matter. Remember, I'll talk about how when to know to concede points that don't matter. I don't know what point Ethan is about to make, but whether or not this guy is a fan of Hasan, especially after the clip that we had just seen, getting Hasan to acknowledge that this guy is a fan of Hasan is irrelevant. So even though we all just saw what we all just saw, and we know that guy is a huge fan of Hasan, give it away. Fine. Okay, he's not your fan. Then make your point. Because this is what people like Hasan will do. They'll drag you down into the weeds of, well, what exactly is a fan? What do you mean by that? Make your point. Stay focused and make your point.
And I was sending harassment your way.
Yes.
Don't you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point of contention?
I can see.
No.
I want to show you an example
do you see my side of this though?
I think no.
Yes. There's a guy who said things that make you look bad, so you're trying to distance yourself from him. That's your side.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me.
Random Hasan fan comes up to you.
And how would you guys feel if I met you in real life and we took a picture together, and then I was in a debate and we'll pull up TV viewerski. If you came up to me and you're just like, oh hey, what's up, Lutch? Good to meet you. Let's take a picture. And then however long later, we were on stream, and I was like, TV viewers, yeah, but I don't fucking know that guy. Like, I don't have the words. It's so slimy that somebody who is supporting you care less about them than what Ethan thinks. Sneeko fan. Yeah, I mean, being a Sneeko fan and a Hasan fan is very likely. Not because they share opinions, they share IQs.
You're being dishonest.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me.
Random Hasan fan comes up to you.
And wants the clout chase. And you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point.
No, Hasan, that was not the point. He was just acknowledging that this person likes you.
To imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's not what I pled.
That's appropriate.
That's a total lie. I
mean, perhaps Ethan may have gone down that road, and you, Hasan, would have had a good way to be like, oh, just because somebody is a fan of mine, that I'm responsible for everything they do. That would have been a good argument. But you were trying to get ahead of it because you thought you knew that it was going this way, and you made yourself look stupid.
I'm sending people to harass you.
That's not what I pled.
That's appropriate.
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a fan of mine was actually harassing you.
Yes. When's it now? That's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you? And then you imply in your video that he was a fan of mine.
Go ahead. When you're done, I'll wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine.
Oh, receipts coming back the other way. Put a one in the chat if you think this will amount to nothing.
Since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually
who cares?
meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that
he cares about whatever the guy was going to say. Not that this guy is just a fan. The guy who likes your content, whether he's a fan or not, what he's saying. Shout out to Bryson. Welcome to the party. So it might as well be an eternity without anything productive as a result. Probably accurate. Yeah. And to avoid being in these types of debates, that's how you have to, or that's why we want to take this apart, because obviously the stupidity of this argument is beyond incredible, but we have a lot to learn if we know where to look. Welcome to the party, Bryson.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending hate your way.
You're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you?
Pivot to Tim Pool. You mean pivot to being like Tim Pool, or pivot to trying to take down Tim Pool?
Let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is.
Is he just? Can you just play this clip though? You mean the clip that we've been trying to play for the last 10 minutes that you keep talking over and bitching about? Who are the people that watch this shit regularly? Shout out to me. Hey, welcome to the party. So this looks like an estrogen and rich bitch fight. They just put me on their cycle. Bloody hell. Oh, sorry to hear. But welcome to the party. You said hopefully uniting Ethan with all my mutual dislike for TP. What's TP? What's TP? What am I saying?
Let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play?
Oh, okay. Hopefully uniting Ethan with my mutual like for. Okay, so you're not a Tim Pool fan. Okay, fair enough. I was a member of Timcast from early 2021, and a few months ago, it was starting to be like. Or I'm really, since that time, there was a good chunk of time where I'm like, Tim Pool is my number one. He's awesome. Everything he says, I agree with, blah, 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 blah. But maybe a year or so ago, I started to divert a little bit. And I think it was last month or 2 months ago, I was just like, no more money to Timcast. I enjoy the content. I think Tim is, I don't think Tim is a bad person. I just, don't feel that he deserves my money like that. He said, I don't mind Tim. I'm working from Hasan's view. Fair enough. I mean, he definitely could get a lot more people on his side if he was trying to go against somebody on the other side of the aisle. I just don't think it would work out well in general. Like, he would have the support, he would get the views, he would get the money from all of that. But I think at the end, he would look really bad.
Oh. So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
introduction
of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or potman. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
No, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like.
I know I look Jewish, but I'm not Jewish. What type of person are you talking to that you feel you need to say that? An anti-Semite.
Are you guys doing interviews? I know I look Jewish.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Live streaming? Yeah. Good.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking
Yo, what
about?
are we doing?
You're not even
No,
present.
later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or
Yeah.
something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
It's
he's showing
really
the clip.
okay.
That is the first intro.
What even was that? Your fan, who we already saw saying he loves you, you're the greatest, all that stuff, is asking for an interview with you. And that's supposed to be proof that he's not a fan of yours? What? Good job, Hasan. Good job.
You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
it's really
showing the clip.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast.
I mean, to say, if you were going to throw that Hail Mary and be like, okay, I'm going after Tim Pool, his career would be over. But as you're saying, he's pretty scorched at this point. So that would be the final nail in his coffin. And he would lose, but he could make a decent amount of money in the meantime. I agree with you there.
It's really okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast. And he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, oh, I would like to do interviews with this person.
How do you know he doesn't know who you are? He didn't say that. He just asked if you're doing interviews. If I'm a fan of a content creator and I see that they're around, I would love to do an interview with them. Amanda said, my boyfriend used to like Tim Pool, but got turned off when he unnecessarily injected his political views into everything. It doesn't matter if you agree with him. Time and place. A skate park is not that place. I can see where you're coming from. Oh, we got a hungry dance. Morty's hungry. Let's feed the hungry puppy. And it's a similar type of thing for me, where it's not necessarily that he's injected his political views and everything. I think he's a political pundit. That's kind of what I personally went for. But it was the way that he would see that certain things that he doesn't necessarily agree with, namely religion, that he would just capitulate because it was easier. And he started to more and more, just be like, we need Christ, we need church, when he doesn't go to church. Then there was the aspect of the doomerism, just like everything is the end of the world. It's like, bro, if everything is the end of the world, then what are we even trying to fix? There's nothing there. And of course, once Adam was gone, it was all downhill from there. I love Ian. I still have a clip left from my interview with Ian. Is that still up here? Yeah, I had Ian on the channel once, and I have one clip left to release that I have yet to do. So maybe this week. Behave said, so gay. This isn't a penis sword fight. This is two baby dicks trying to piss on each other. That's most of the political landscape, Behave. That's most of what's out there.
Person who is famous, it seems. That was the whole point.
It seems. Then why did he say he loves you and you're the GOAT? You're lying.
The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser.
Oh, that's, I think we're at 3 Ethans.
Fine, bro. I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my God,
erroneous.
Dude. You are dragging your feet on the.
I don't watch, so I usually listen to the car, so I'm not familiar. But I have seen some clips with some Jordan Peterson-esque type of fashion.
Because you have made an inference.
Oh my God,
erroneous.
Dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro.
We were saying before, TV, we were saying that, Ethan's doing well of, bring him back to the rules and bring him back to center. But this would be the perfect opportunity to be like, fine, he's not a fan. I don't care about that. What I care about is what he said, and I would like to hear your reaction. Boom. And then play the clip. And if he starts talking, stop, Hasan, stop. That's how you navigate these in a way, because again, you've been listening to him. So it's not like you're being a dick and not letting him talk. He's the one being a dick, trying to prevent you from playing the clip.
It's getting ridiculous. Can
You've
we
made
please
an
move on?
inference that is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't prove
also
me wrong
false.
at all.
Nope. Not even
not
a
there.
little bit. If anything, it helped Ethan's case.
And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think, no, I think that guy.
Yeah.
That, I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That's it.
What? All right, hold on really quick. Glomtech says, speaking of Jordan Peterson, he was completely right about Ethan being turned on by the left all the way back in January of 2022 when Ethan took down the episode that of H3 that Jordan was on. He said, you'll be held to higher and higher and soon impossible to maintain ethical standards by the very mob you currently wish to please. Then you will make a mistake and they will devour you with glee. Please take this warning seriously. I liked you. But he didn't. And I don't think it's fair enough to... some people take the position of, well, Jordan warned you, and you decided to get involved with Hasan. Therefore, you deserve everything that's coming at you. We have to remember that Ethan is more of a normie than anything else. So him dipping his toes into politics shouldn't be expected to know how bad Hasan is. And then, obviously, throughout the course of their Leftovers podcast, he realized, and that's why we're here. But it definitely would have behooved Ethan to heed his words. All right, what do we got?
Here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it.
So this is the reason this guy was brought up. Whether he's a fan of Hasan or not is irrelevant.
Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet.
Oh, these fucking lefties. With this huge, he said I was in the ADL. Like, we could have just said that. You could have just said that a guy who likes your content said that because I'm Jewish, I'm part of the ADL. How does that land with you?
That you made. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an...
I remember this part. So he said, the tweet said that Ethan just brought up. Where are we? I defended this dude, meaning Ethan, for a year, not knowing he was making fun of Aaron Bushnell and doing Hasbara. I don't know what those things mean. Then he tried to deplatform me and other pro-Palestinian content creators. He worked with the ADL. I repeat, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Those are Hasan's words. He worked with the ADL. You think he's going to own it? Or you think he's going to squeal around it?
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Over it,
sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You
come on, bro. Like, what is that? You have to be a Hasan fan to even think that level of argumentation makes any sense at all. Yeah, when I said you were working with these people, I didn't mean you were working with these people. I just meant that, you guys kind of have some stuff in common.
You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your word very carefully, Hasan.
That's what I said. Do you know because he definitely does not choose his words carefully. Or he might try, but he's just very bad at it.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video.
He said, these Arrested Development boys are gross. I can't believe anyone with substance can respect these shit asses. Grow up, boys. Agreed. And that is why it is so important that we have the rhetorical skills to combat their bad faith bullshit. That is what we are familiarizing ourselves with here. Glumzek said, all MAGA voters have worked with Donald Trump. Congratulations, everyone. There you go. We've all worked with Donald Trump. I mean, I've got the hat. What else can I do? Anyone who's eaten Ben & Jerry's has worked with them. There you go. Shout out to Tijuana Border Jumper. Very, very good to see you, sir. How are you doing? Give me 1 second here, guys. If you guys are enjoying the show, the party rages on 24/7 over in our Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat and is absolutely free to join 24/7. We're in there hanging out, having a great time. And guys, it is absolutely free. However, if you are a member of this channel here on YouTube, you can scroll right below that video and hit that join button. Starts at $2.99. There's a few different tiers, but $2.99 will get you in. It gets you members only live streams here on YouTube, all that other good stuff. But it opens up the full Discord server. So we've got the free chat that is open to anyone. Anybody can join and talk. But as you can see, that is just one of our channels. There's a bunch of different channels here, including our Disciple chat for members only, our Word of the Day watch party, where we're talking about all this stuff. And of course, we have the voice channel here, where we are hanging out at this moment. Shout out to everybody in the Discord server. Say hello and tell them to come and join. There you go, guys. Simple as that. See you there. That is where you want to be, guys. That is where you want to be. Tijuana Border Jumper said, living like a king in Mexico. Hey, man, I am jealous. You do your thing. Welcome to the party.
Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when he knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL.
Partnering. Now you're working with, but have you partnered with them?
Making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL. So what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL.
Do you know?
Yes, Hasan, you are saying that. You don't mean that, but that's what you are saying.
Oh, how silly you
Well, actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you...
Okay. After all that, actually, yeah, I am establishing that you've worked directly under the ADL, even though that is not at all what happened.
Directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it's a little Jewish conspiratorial.
Sue him for defamation.
You worked for the ADL.
I've not spoken to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course,
Hasan,
about this is that
I do not work with the ADL.
For these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that?
Ethan's about to address this directly.
Were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that?
Falsely
I got nothing to do with the ADL. Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story, independent of me.
Panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term, except
cracker is not an anti-white term. What do you what?
Panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
It's just a food. It's not a dog whistle. And if you're offended by it, then you're wrong for being offended. But if I say, I don't know, if I say that a black person is articulate, which has happened because I was talking to a person who was well-spoken, race irrelevant, but because I said they were articulate, that's a dog whistle that you're smart for black people or articulate for black people. You decided that's what I meant. I did not even think of your race when I was saying that. But because you've decided to dog whistle, now I have said a racist thing. Not working that way. Nope. Hey, said watching them is like watching a bootleg The View. Not good. Not good at all. It's all baseless accusations. Right? But again, they have enough of a hold on this culture to be able to shoot down your ideas and not allow you to speak. So if we can't identify this stuff and understand how to supersede it, then we're fucked. Then we're fucked. These are the winners. We can't have that. We can't have that. TV said, I forgot. That was TwitchCon problems for AWS. Well, apparently not. Apparently it's all A-okay. Context said Hasan was known to have been a Diddy-associated party. Hasan worked with Diddy. He partnered with Diddy.
A viral story, independent of me.
Panel, Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term, except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that you heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what you heard from you.
Everything in your power to push people to.
There you go. You notice how when Hasan is just bullshitting, word salad, and Ethan's had enough. At this point, he should have been doing this the whole time. But I just noticed. Oh my god! I just noticed this. That is so fucking cringe. That is so fucking cringe. Anyway, yeah. So he was just Hasan's just talking bullshit, and so Ethan's just like, okay, well, I'm gonna play the clip, and it works.
The same lie that you heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what you heard from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass.
Now we are listening to the clip that Ethan wanted us to listen to. That's how you have to take control.
Lie that you heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what you heard from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
Come on, man. No, I don't.
Okay, well,
no, you just said that. You didn't mean it, but you did say it.
Well, you doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know.
Yeah, right. He just came back and was like, "Well, no, actually, I am saying that." And now he's like, "Well, I never said that."
That is a
no. I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accused without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them. You are a liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
That's 4 Ethans.
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Oh, that's fine. There we go. Dilly. Oh yeah, we ain't gonna get there. I'm dedicated to keeping this going for a minute. It's a Tuesday. Where I'm thinking instead of doing an after party, we'll stick with this as long as we can. And I don't know if we're gonna get through the whole thing, but they have chapters here, so when things get a little bullshitty, we can move on. So that's I don't know if I want to put that in your guys' hands, but we can use that. Because I do see the highlight is here down at the 4-hour mark. So we're definitely going to make it to this chapter, or not make it to this chapter. We're definitely going to watch this chapter. Actually, let's take a look at what the other chapters are. So we're now at Hasan thinks Ethan works for the ADL. We have what is effective activism? Destiny. Oh my goodness. Discussing Hasan's R denial. Maybe that's rape denial. I don't know. Discussing his wild tweets about Ethan. So so this one's almost up, and then let's skip to, I want to see what he says about effective activism.
Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the neo-Nazi group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
do you work with them? Are you
credit?
affiliated with them? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis?
According to his definition, yes, he is partnered with the neo-Nazis.
Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the
Did Ethan take credit for whatever the fuck that you're... what does it have to do with anything?
Answer is yes. If neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened.
Yeah, that's not the situation. That's not what we're talking about.
Numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was on the tier list, bro.
In saying that.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier
list. And so Ethan should have then directly showed how that is a bad analogy, because what we are talking about is the fact that you're hypocritical, whether or not, agree with this person, whether or not you co-signed an event has not even been brought up.
Especially why wouldn't I considering Ethan.
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
to my words,
dumb?
Please listen to my words.
We are, unfortunately, we are
trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked.
I mean, we're at 1.2. I would watch this at 2.5, but y'all motherfuckers can't hold up to that.
Alongside
that's not what you said.
In getting
you said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Do you think that the normal...
It's a hallucination. We all just heard. We all just saw the tweet where he said worked with. We all just heard him say partnered with. But it's a delusion. It's a hallucination.
Accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Even I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Do you think that
the audacity? I mean, this is really, it's not a debate in the traditional sense. It's just, let's get together and hash out our differences. They're not really trying to debate a specific point. Hey, shout out to Matthew King. Welcome to the party. So I'm kind of glad these douche canoes finally turned on each other. There's so much stupidity when these two get together. Yeah, and that the frustrating thing is that it would have behooved all of us to have been able to see some understanding of what was going on between them behind the scenes before, but neither of them would talk to, anybody that was worth listening to about it, especially Hasan. So we're getting a treat here. We are getting a treat. Guys, please do not forget about Morty. He is over here and he is getting hungry. And of course, we still have the Swogo.
Not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working on the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think a reasonable person
the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
Still not answering the question.
What do you think a normal, reasonable person...
Don't answer a question with a question.
...would infer when they hear you,
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me. It's so
videos
obvious what you meant.
demanding the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer?
I was on the
tier
list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier.
All right, so let's go to our next chapter. What is effective activism?
Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern...
It's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can. But these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it.
Privilege is invisible to those that experience it. That's what the lefties told me.
Let's just let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Right, exactly.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do
case?
you think that
no, I don't. Well,
Sabra
fucking
Hummus'
there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him
Do you
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus' shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why?
again.
I don't think he is being obtuse, Ethan. I think he really is that dumb. I think he really is. So wait, you're saying the tier list is the same thing as murder? No, honey. We're saying that if you're the accused, your opinion on the proceedings to determine what actually happened are by and large irrelevant.
Why are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm
You
partnered
have
with the
in the
ADL.
past-
Remember what you
So again, he realized that, oh, what you said actually did make sense, and I'm the stupid one. But okay, moving on.
You have in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
What do you mean
talked
bona
about how you
fides?
gave
Can you-
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mhm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke
Mhm.
that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even
That's so hilarious. That's hilarious to me. The most petty thing that we've seen today. So Ethan did like an hour long, maybe a little bit more video on why Hasan and all the people that we've been talking about are bad people and they are anti-Semitic. And it was called the content nuke.
that you did, you had given $6,500 in your context puke.
Context puke? I don't know what it's called. Coparter.
Mhm.
That you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian, even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
I'll answer your question. Right. So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is
being a little, I almost said it. One of these days it's going to slip out. Being a little fruity.
You know, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be deplatformed as a virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my
pretty based. Just throwing money at an issue is one of the worst ways to try to solve it. Agreed.
My opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that
But it is. So you're just wrong.
Palestinians that
what's not the case?
Those,
what I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms of the.
Is it though? Because the homeless problem that we keep throwing money at in California is already fixed, right? Oh, it's not. I guess we just didn't give them enough money.
Fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've
and again, he very clearly said he didn't say they're not important. He said they're not the most important.
We've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
people that harass me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous.
Well, I mean, that's kind of up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have.
Yep, that's how thoughts work. If I'm going to criticize something, it's going to start in my brain.
Hallucinated an
By the way,
alternative
gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you. You literally think
can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism. That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't like you.
Anti-Semitism.
let me stand on business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know.
Standing on business. That's all we need. Say what the fuck you actually think. Dilly to that. Dilly to that.
Let me stand on business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish everybody.
Guys, just a reminder that Ethan has Tourette's. He's not on. Well, I don't know what drugs he is or isn't on, but that's Tourette's. CT said the way Hasan and Ethan beef, the way that the Hasan and Ethan beef started is important context here. They had a podcast together, and when Israel-Palestine war started, Chat was harassing Ethan, and Ethan did nothing, or Hasan rather did nothing to stop it. Yeah, so. Again, I was saying that Actual Justice Warrior covered a lot of this really well, but let's see. Let's do a little side quest. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna look for it, see if I can find it. But just to give a little bit more context, gaslighting is strong with this Muppet, and for us to be talking about gaslighting, it's got to be bad. Sam actually was part of the harassment. Yep. Oh yeah. I can see that.
Do it all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish everybody well. Everybody be well. All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What?
Well, we're moving on to. Okay, so I'm gonna try 2 different things here. We might have to go to Timmy Pool, but
hi again, everyone. Ethan Klein with a little update for you guys regarding Hasan. First of all, I want to thank everyone for
this is from 2 months ago. I don't know exactly what
watching the content nuke and enjoying it, and I'm glad to see that a lot of people have really resonated with the message. One of those people, unfortunately, is not Hasan Piker, who has continued to spread Hamas propaganda and even elevated his brazenness. Take, for example, the tragic story of the Bibas family. The dad, 2 kids, and the mom were all taken hostage on October 7th after the grandparents were murdered in their home. The children, 8 months and 3 years old, was kidnapped with their mom, and the dad was kidnapped separately. Hamas murdered the children and their mom in captivity, and recently just returned their corpses to Israel. Let's take a look at how Hasan reacted to this tragic update.
As music blares, Hamas fighters carry the coffins of 4 dead Israeli hostages, 2 of them children, the youngest to have been abducted on October the 7th. On stage, an offensive propaganda message blaming
offensive propaganda message. Offensive propaganda message. Offensive propaganda message.
Hasan has it in his heart somehow to laugh at the coffins of 2 slain children at the hands of a violent terrorist organization. According to the forensic experts, the children were strangled to death, murdered at the hands of Hamas, likely because they didn't know how to take care of 2 young kids in captivity for 2 years. So instead of taking care of them, they chose to murder them.
The war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles from Zionist warplanes. What are we doing? There is no lie here. This is correct. The fuck?
Hasan wants us to believe that the only thing wrong with this is that they called him a Nazi, right? Obviously, it's the way that they're parading around this family of these murdered children, these innocent children. Can he really not see the tastelessness in this, the disrespect? Take a look at his chat. It's no better. The truth is offensive. Hamas has the best fits.
To the slain Israeli family, rip bozo. How do I get that poster? They snapped on that. That mural kicks ass. Dude, it was a family. Correction. Settlers, implying that children born in Israel deserve to be slaughtered. Quote, their home? Lol. It is their home. They were born there. Whose home are they in again? Their home? Yes, it's their home. They were born there. The mom was an IDF spy. They were not civilians, and they used their kids as human shields. I really don't even know what to say about that one. I might call this person schizophrenic, but I'm afraid this is just what happens to your brain when you watch Hasan for too long. Hamas,
it is true.
It's fucking base, and I'm tired of people pretending they're not. Again, this is just a few examples from the 30 seconds preceding Hasan's statement. I'll let the chat run for you at the end of the video, and you can take your time to read through it to see just how vile it is.
You'll notice that there is...
So this is not specifically what I was looking for, but I mean, you know, a good example of him being a shitty person. Oh, I guess I already watched this clip. Okay, cool. Yeah, right where we want. Okay.
Hasan Piker and Ethan Klein.
So this was the moment on their podcast that blew everything up.
This is a Twitter account. It's just at Dan. I don't know who runs the account. It seems, you know, anonymous, but I'm going to play this clip for you guys.
Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from these settlers. This is a reality, and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well.
There are baby settlers.
Obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. There are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements,
but the babies that killed they were not.
I know.
Okay, so
here's how we establish that. No, hold on. Now,
Can we just play that one more time for you?
Occupation in the West Bank.
And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable.
Yeah. He says, Hasan says, Palestinians have a right to violently seize back the land that was taken by settlers. Then Ethan Klein says, yes, if it was settlers, but this guy's saying babies, and Hasan goes, but some of the babies are settlers. Basically saying there is justification for the killing of babies. This is Hasan Piker is pure audience capture. This is what he represents.
Told you.
He says whatever is going to get favor among the people who are chatting to him, and that's all it is. Mm-hmm. He the left is rather insulting. Like they're rather condescending to him too, but this is abject evil.
Well, I mean,
unquestionably.
To play devil's advocate.
Shout out to Tenet Media. Oh, Lauren Chen, you fucked a lot of shit up. But so that clip was near the very, very end of the Leftovers podcast because it just went off the rails when you are establishing that babies, children, infants are settlers. So it's okay if they die. Like, what? Insane. Behave said Hamas and Netanyahu love to kill each other. The other people suffer on both sides. Exactly. Yeah. Those are the most dangerous ones, right? The most dangerous ones. Insane. All right, moving on to
or have any association with all.
Hey, I mean, shout out. There was another. You know what? That's also. This is going to bring up another side quest real quick. A short one.
I'm just a fat person. So I started counting calories. And I just now realized that I'm just a fat person who does fat person shit. I am just eating way too much. And I have no idea, like, the calories that are in something. I have zero concept of that. You know what? Those things that you put inside of your water, the little, like, powder packets, those have calories in them. And I wasn't even thinking about it until I started counting calories. I was like, let me look up and see. There's probably nothing in here, but no, there is. No, there for real is. I'm just a fat person doing fat person shit. I mean, that's just the reality of it. I saw a video where a girl was like, oh my God, if you eat a bagel in the morning, and I was like, how many calories can a bagel possibly have? Like 200? No. It's literally like 400 calories. Plus, if you put cream cheese or deli or whatever on there, that is an additional probably 100 calories. So I am fat and it is all my fault. that also means that I can be skinny, and that can be my fault too.
Based. Fucking based.
But that also means that I can be skinny, and that can be my fault too. So, you know, a win's a win. I'm going to take it. It's a win for me.
I watched this entire video just waiting for the hammer to drop, for something to be said that was completely unreasonable.
Same.
And this woman just completely restored my faith in humanity. Like, what a fantastic mentality to have. Sees the issue, understands the issue, understands that she can now be responsible for an outcome. And I just want to commend her on that. And I also want to say, this is something that will get missed by a lot of people. If you simply decide to eat less of the exact same things that you've been eating, you will have a very tough go of it. The math is quite easy. The way you go about it can be more difficult.
All right, we get the point. But yeah, pretty based, showing accountability, and you know the fact that you didn't know the things that you thought you knew, and being aware of that, and then also publicly taking accountability. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. Is it? And what did I actually say about this? So I said, shout out to this chick because millions of people are this ignorant and A, don't say shit about it. B, don't care to change anything. And definitely C, don't take this accountability. Of course, it's sad that people can be so naive about things. Doesn't even have to be just food, and still walk around confidently thinking they know what's going on. But to see a fat person just own it. And I don't mean celebrate the fact that they're unhealthy. I mean actually own the fact that they are a fat person and it's because of their own actions is everything this country needs in so many ways. Actual accountability. There you go. Behave said the left is evil. Oh yes, we know the evil comes from the left. Are anchor baby settlers, Hasan? Dilly to that. I would pay to hear him answer that question. Yep, true. One more ding, and I'll get to keep Morty. Nope, not happening. To be fair, she had a Stanley Cup. We don't know what was in it, but it was a Stanley Cup. Quantex said, Jesus Christ, YouTube has been banning almost every other comment I've made, and they're not even that bad. They're protecting Hasan. Yep, don't forget, we have Rumble and the Discord open, where nothing you say will be eaten. But I'm sure Hasan doesn't think that illegal immigrants are settlers, and I definitely do. Yes, I love bad people. They're the most comfortable furniture ever. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. There's a diabetes. We'll teach you how to count calories. Something maybe, you want to do before that. But hey, whatever it takes, right? Whatever it takes. All right, let's see what they are talking about. Destiny. Because if you don't, if you're not familiar, Hasan, not use Destiny, but the reason that Hasan is so popular is because Destiny put him on.
So there's a few things.
We'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
What? Oh, what? The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah. You accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Not only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
Sounds like they were partnered together. No, I meant at the left, but sounds like they're partnered together.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hasanabi when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
I pulled a clip link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
None of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is
he's a Destiny fan. Because obviously, openly proclaiming that you love someone and think that they're best and want to take a picture with them is not evidence of a fan, right?
Is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that ridiculous of a
again. He said context nuke
fucking assertion to make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The the general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operation that they engage in.
The left is so fucking cringe.
So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to.
No, I think
worked
you're
with.
Guilty by association. Destiny is bad. So if I can tie Ethan to Destiny, even though they've never worked together, Ethan bad too.
I've talked about Destiny in my life.
I don't need to bring
it's
that
a
up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think.
Yep. CT says funny that Ethan, Hasan, and Destiny were at one point all some of the top content guys on YouTube, and now they've all fallen off. It's almost like you get to a certain point and you lose whatever it is that allows you to understand what it is that people think and want to hear. Both of those, because Hasan's good with what people want to hear, just not very good with how people think. Racist said, I remember him now, but somehow I don't feel better for remembering. I don't blame you, brother, but you know, anybody who can forget the existence of Hasan, I am jealous of you. Shout out to Indie Boom. Welcome to the party. Oh, that reminds me, I ran out of my Nature Made multivitamins, the tastiest gummy multivitamins ever. I may or may not have eaten more than the recommended dosage. Anyway, welcome to the party. Guys, don't forget, Morty is over here. He is hungry, and I am puny and skinny. Let's hit that swole goal.
I don't need to bring
It's
that
a really
up.
nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And
no,
there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating.
I didn't say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hasan, are you crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured
nothing. No response to that. No response. Because again, we are just taking the empty argument that Hasan puts forward and twisting around and putting it right back on him. It doesn't matter if you like Ethan. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant here. Ethan is locked in and doing what needs to be done.
The help you need.
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
it is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So how is that an endorsement?
Well, I just meant that, like, you know, you say the word "the" a lot. He says the word "the" all the time. So, like, you guys are partnered and working together.
Ethan. Are you claiming?
Oh, that's another Ethan. We are now. That's the first one in the new one. So every 5 Ethans we drink. That's one.
Is this what you do whenever you're trying to avoid Ethan? Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade. And also has
homophonic. Does that mean you only ever say one word?
Literally try to blackmail people in Destiny's
own community. I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny.
Literally unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man,
you are really like that's a good person to align with.
I'm not endorsing.
I don't even understand the argument that he's trying to put forth. I don't even understand it. So let's skip to the next chapter. What do we got here? So yeah, our denial. I don't know what that means. So we've been
out of context.
Absolutely not.
Compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips.
You want to do this? What's out of context? Okay. Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you.
I think they're talking about the content nuke that Ethan put out, the hour-long video that shows that Hasan and all his lackeys are shitty people. I think that's what they're talking about.
You want to do this? What's out of context?
It's because he's stupid.
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
So, Hasan, what you're saying here is that someone from a protected class and who is much more closely entwined in all of this gave Ethan new information that changed his mind. And that's a bad thing. Instead of just holding on to the position that he had before the new information, he took in the new information, and that affected how he sees the world, the issue, the conflict, whatever. And that's a bad thing. I don't think homophonic is a word, but if it were a word, it would probably mean that you can only say one word, or you can only make one phonetic sound, or something like that. Homo means one. Phonic means I don't know exactly what it means, but hooked on phonics is reading and words and shit like that. I don't know.
Does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose.
Her name is Hila, by the way, Hasan. I don't know why you referred to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
I mean,
so why don't you say that?
I always thought the H was silent. I always thought it was Hila. But
what? Okay. Who goes? Oh, your wife? Like she's not. She has no. She's just like. Oh,
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you initially understood the full context until Hila stopped you and said, no?
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there and we can see how out of context it is.
He called it the context puke. That means that he'd heard Hasan saying context puke, context nuke, da-da-da-da-da. And as TV said, just let it ride. Let it ride. It does not violate its own definition because it is something that is homophonic, if it were a word. If like homophonic wouldn't be a homophonic word. If that's the meaning, that you like a person would be homophonic if it means they can only say one word. Or let's say theoretically there was a word that was repeating this, like couscous. Dinner so nice they named it twice. You might say that is homophonic because it only has one phonetic aspect to it, but it is a word, something like that. But no, it doesn't. It definitely doesn't violate its own definition. Anyway, moving on.
Context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there and we can see how out of context it is.
You're gaslighting me.
Boom, do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
sure. Oh, yeah. Manager said Hasan basically just admitted he didn't watch the video. In the clips, he saw people covering is what he said. He's very open about the fact, oh, I'm not watching that shit. I'm sure he did watch it. But he has been very public about the fact that he has not watched it because I think that means that I think he thinks that him saying that he hasn't watched the content nuke is like, oh, that's beneath me. I don't really care. Yet here you are in a 4-hour debate. Yeah, right. So you said I think homo means same. Yep, phonic is a sound. So homophonic would mean the same sound. Yeah, right. So if somebody, okay, so if it were to be a person that was homophonic, that means they could only say the same sound. But you could also use it to describe words that have the same sound. So like the words that have a th, those all have a homophonic aspect to them because they all sound. There we go. There we go. See, understanding words and their etymology helps us understand each other.
Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the most
accurate way? I'll be honest with you.
To...
I was going to be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan, yeah. Are you trying to convince yourself of that or us? Because we ain't buying it.
You to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. Fucking liar.
I mean, this is.
You are a prolific liar.
Not a word to say. He just called you a liar to your face. Well, I'm not. Well. You
fucking liar.
I mean, this is.
You are a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link?
Any film said, I just noticed Hasan's poster in the background. I think you have a sound for that. I will have to take a look.
Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I.
So, a sound for that. I'm not. That's the only thing I got. I don't know what you're referring to.
Don't like to bring Keela into the conversation is because I'm addressing my.
She's a woman.
My concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism.
I mean, that's a little silly
people.
Considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
I'm just going to change the subject. It's not fair for you to do the thing. Well, but you brought it up. So while we're waiting for the clip.
Stupid.
Like.
IDF lady.
Anyway. Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
There is one instance in.
I do, but what sound do I have that? I don't know what sound you're talking about.
Put a Hamas headband on me.
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, just showing my
You're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
Has a right to defend
no, I'm
itself.
not giggling.
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas do?
Anti-Semitism.
What rapes did Hamas do? The rapes that they did.
Account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call people mentally ill. I find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
of sexual violence. I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health?
When someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan, watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Eden.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the point. You're saying that you're
and he's still talking over it. He's still talking over it after he just explicitly said, "Okay,
promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay. I'm gonna talk.
But I got the point. You're saying that like you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone is
men and boys slaughter after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking
nails, you fruit.
After enduring sexual violence, the deadliest day of the.
Why? Why do people do this? Why? Like when I was in 6th grade and I thought being goth was cool. Yeah, I took a Sharpie and colored my nails in. Then I grew up.
For the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like,
hey, yo!
The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't.
It's chat. Exactly. Like, oh my God. Collective punishment is always wrong. Except when we're doing it.
I believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. There you go, son. What do you got?
Pics or it didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty.
That's pretty much your fucking stance, bro. I mean,
apt.
Okay. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You did actually, I'm surprised, you did actually show the my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually? That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion?
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the
Go
UN
ahead, you
preliminary report?
tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report.
Guys, we just passed the 2.5 hour mark. If you would like to keep the party raging, you know how to do it.
Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation. And
this is the exact same argument as we know that Kilmar Garcia has MS-13 tattoos and affiliation, but because a judge hasn't said it, because the experts haven't said it, then it doesn't count.
Just simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel,
there are literally women who have said I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
one
instance in captivity.
As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the real
directed by Hamas.
True. You don't give a fuck.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda. Remember?
Ethan.
Hassan.
Oh, is that five in a row? 5 in a row. Ethan. 6, actually. So we're already started on our next one. We've already got one Ethan just from this.
Conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hassan. Please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, okay.
Because you're acting like a child.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay, that's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't
What's the Haaretz article that
Google
accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not victims.
As he always does.
Remember, you do that.
Assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source.
Source.
By the way, Hasan, why you look?
This is actually a good use of that, though.
For that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are
through
they
this real
hallucinating?
quick. No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said pics or it didn't happen, bro.
Not
You need
enough
rape
to
kits.
prosecute.
Hasan needs rape kits.
He's making the pics or it didn't happen. Now, again, I'm with that. Pics or it didn't happen. Prove that it happened. But these are the believe all women people. Until the women are on the other side.
Circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pics or it didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely
hashtag believe all women.
The reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying. Let's not show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women. Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that well, obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about.
All right, at least we got a source. At least we got something to go off.
This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account. It's two accounts. But the rest
there's way more than two accounts.
It's not one, bro. It's two.
What am I? What? Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped. Therefore, all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying pics or it didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that college is not a credible institution
it is, but
of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit.
Yeah, I agree. We, I said we aren't prosecuting people. We're just saying shit happened. Nobody should be punished for the rape without a trial. But we can say that there is a preponderance of circumstantial evidence. In other words, believing the eyewitness testimony of people who saw and or experienced it. But because they're Jews, they don't count. Now, if you're on the right or you're just not, part of the woke left, then, you can make that argument. But you can't spend years going through the Me Too movement and then back up on believing women. Again, we are highlighting the hypocrisy with both of these people in general, but it just happens to be Ethan that is better at exposing Hasan versus the other way around.
So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent
Swastika boy.
Narratives.
Swastika
and also,
boy.
Here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Getz has acknowledged that 50 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with the complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why
They're
someone
all
sent me this
dead,
link
bro.
of this.
Nope, you're not taking crazy pills. Hasan is just a liar. So let's move on to a couple more things because I do want to see what why is this 340? Okay, we got that. 203. Do we get okay, let's see what this is.
Fine. It's not that big of a
What
deal.
are you implying
All
here?
right.
What are you implying with this photo?
Not a, what photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, so.
Okay. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
By
trying to
your
say.
own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I'm trying to get me some of that money.
I don't think it's... I don't,
yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like the West Bank has checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel? You mean
I don't either. Maybe I'm stupid, but I don't either.
Tel Aviv. So you're saying that
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying
Oscar
all I said was my lived
speech.
experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary. Okay.
Yeah. Those things are not related. Like you could say that what exactly what did you use?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land.
A beautiful multicultural land could still commit a genocide. What are you talking about?
When it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary.
So if you, it doesn't matter the strength of your diversity. If you commit a genocide, you're all the same. Okay.
Okay. And also as an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I lived there.
Are we done with this, guys? Are we really done with this? I want to keep going, but come on, let's feed Morty. Come on.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv. 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot further than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sidorot, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are
not. You're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that.
How dare you read the words that somebody said?
Imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose
officer.
the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema.
What? Hey, shout out to Guam Tech with a $2 make you holla. Said keep it going. There we go, a treat for Morty. And of course, that makes the party rage on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. Guys, we can still hit that swole goal. We can still hit that swole goal.
The work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on extermination.
What does that have to do with multiculturalism? I don't understand the connection that he's trying to make. And I think it just comes down to Israel bad. That's it. That's his whole position. Any film said it could be wrong, but I believe that something like 20% of Israel is made up with Arabs and 20% of Israel made up with Christians, and the rest are Jews with a little bit mixed other in there. Sounds kind of diverse. Now, guess how many Jews and Christians live in Gaza? Not that many.
Of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory."
I don't think it's a ridiculous comparison. It's just, it doesn't fit. Like, I for all the stupid shit that Hasan says, I get where he's coming from, but, you know, he's still just wrong. Shout out to Indie Boom! $5, no question, no comment, just pure love of the puppy. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, the party rages on. Very much appreciated.
I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on by your own?
Yeah, how dare you visit your grandma? He said Ethan agrees, Israel bad, so Hasan dumb. Bingo. That's the craziest part. That's the craziest part, because this started off with Ethan agreeing that Israel's committing a genocide. But because the babies don't count, this is where we are. The level of stupidity knows no bounds.
Appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on?
I mean, you did a show with me and you considered me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you weren't willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement.
I interviewed a Houthi pirate and said that he was so awesome and we love what you're doing, and compared it to an anime hero.
As a vote, Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course.
Then I don't know who that guy is. I just don't ever want any of his ideas to come anywhere close to my mind. If this is what it yields, no thank you.
Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even
of course
still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they're anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay,
we got our own Cory Booker here.
Very good. I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hasan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond.
That was so pathetic. That was so pathetic. And that is exactly right, gang. He's passionate at all the wrong times. It's so clear to anybody who's not already a fan of Hasan that he's doing that because of the fact that he knows whatever Ethan's about to say is not going to be good for him. We can all see that. Left, right, center, up, down, rich, poor. We can all see that. Unless you already have some dogmatic attachment to him, we can all see it. And the sad thing is that that's all he needs to do. That's all he needs to do is keep that audience happy. Yeah, he is not happy with what's coming next. He is not happy with what's coming. I don't even know what it is, but we can tell because he's doing this. Called the Gish Gallop. I like the Cory Booker quasi fake filibuster.
I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. See, this is. I wish you were.
So you didn't need to go on that whole rant. You could just be like, "Hey, this bad, right? Like we agree that was not ideal."
I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations
my
that have taken
problem
place,
is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my
Ethan,
family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that
projection. You partner with the ADL. People don't go by what's in your heart, Hasan. They go by your words.
A lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
You are behaving like a. The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these
inferences. What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
How is that not a direct reflection on the audience? How do you not see that as, oh, my audience is retarded? They can't tell the difference between someone who is Jewish and somebody who has an issue with, or rather, someone who doesn't have an issue with what Israel's doing, or to the fact that they agree that Israel is doing a genocide, but just this one little aspect they don't love. That is an echo chamber. That is the worst thing to be a part of on the internet.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these
inferences. What have I ever said
that
shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was, what you just said.
Yes. Anybody who wants to give me money is welcome to give me money.
Okay, does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
Based.
Well,
what did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month,
you can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
as recently
one.
As last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something.
I'm giving you another example. Just calm down and listen.
I'm going to give you an example.
Example of me saying something.
I'm giving you another example.
Another example. Why are you treating me like this?
As last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something.
I'm giving you another example. Just calm down and listen. As recently
as last month. You're not answering my question. You're just doing this kish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals. And that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay? Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than
There's not a standing structure
the
remaining
7th
in
floor of
most
an
parts of
apartment
Gaza.
building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
You're
every
okay with
hospital
Hamas spending the totality?
that a bomb shelter would
Can I
just
ask you a
simply be
question?
fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, you know exactly what I
Oh
said.
my God. I would pay money for a straight answer from this fuck.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs.
You can say the things that I think are okay, but if you have other opinions, then you're a bad person.
In terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Right, because you are their fucking leader and you say that anybody who disagrees with you is a horrible fucking person. That's on you.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation,
Because they don't make bomb
expectation from the
shelters?
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
No, the reason
time
why people
and time
believe that is
again.
because because of your hyper focus on you, and your distractions
That makes me a Zionist?
away.
All right, we're gonna let this play, but I want to look at some
That makes
your
me a Zionist?
platforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestine doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call them
one
terrorists. You call
defending
Hezbollah a
myself.
terror group, which is by the American state's definition absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on. Do you not
successfully
consider Hezbollah a
resisted
terror group?
against American imperialism and
Do
other
you
forms
not
of settler
consider
colonial violence.
Do you not consider?
It's just talking point after talking point after talking point after talking point. You're not actually making a point. You're not actually expressing an opinion. You're just saying things. Well, I said Hasan knows way too much about Palestine and knows how to turn a conversation too well to act as lost as he does when he gets called out. He knows what he's doing. Yep. Do believe he's coached and propped up. That propped up, definitely. Coached, I think there really is this level of I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to say, I think this really does exist in society, in a lot of people. So coached, I don't know, man. I don't know. By who? He is the coach. That is precisely the point that I'm making. That all of his audience thinks that Ethan is so horrible simply because of a minor disagreement with Hasan. That should be a red flag to yourself. That why is my audience so willing to just flip on somebody for one little thing? I mean, there's definitely the mass formation psychosis, but the degree to which is important to understand. All right, let's see if this is going anywhere, and then we will move to the next.
Not consider Hezbollah a terror group?
Against American imperialism and other
do you
forms
not
of settler
consider
colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to just
America bad, everywhere else good. And I don't say it's easy to implant ideas and make people think they are their own. There's, we've been talking a lot about the field of psychology and how a lot of it is bullshit, but there has actually been, legit studies done and stuff like this. There's no question. There's no question that people can be, if you want to talk about false confessions, if you want to talk about misremembering things and the eyewitness testimony not matching, like all that stuff is well documented. And film studies coached by the Jews. It's a psyop to get people on their side. That is the most believable aspect of him being coached that I would believe. That it's literally Netanyahu's like, okay, just be this guy, say this stuff, And then everybody's going to hate you so much that they're going to love me. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take.
How dare America want to use actions to keep our country safe?
Is a severe violation of the American Constitution.
Hasan,
So yes,
please,
I think that this definition is intentionally vague.
Can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something?
All right, we'll see if this is a good request, or we will move on.
I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're gonna be.
You're doing too much. All right, let's move to Hasan sourcing and promoting snark.
That you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I would assume that's either channel or a Reddit thing. Yeah, okay. So let's take a little look at what r/H3 Snark looks like. Top post. Alleged proof that Ethan Klein is being fed links and clips about Hasan Piker directly from Destiny's Discord community. Oh, it was 4 minutes. I don't give a shit. All right. I'm interested.
If there was an influence he had on them, it was to not vote. Could be wrong, and maybe
I haven't heard that from him.
Dude, I've seen so many clips. I've seen so many clips.
I've sort of disengaged with the Hasan community personally, just because it's too touchy and too painful. But so I can't.
I stopped caring. But okay, this is what we're talking about. The it's just a hater thread. Just trying to find something specific.
I don't know what the fuck that's referring to.
But I think they're saying that that she watches news from Israel sometimes.
Yeah, and she relates it.
Yeah, who doesn't look at the news in their own native country?
Okay, well, that's what they're talking about. Guamtech said, is it just ironic that Hasan is nailing the Unabomber look? I mean, when people show you who they are, believe them.
What the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark.
Didn't answer the question.
H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have let your community.
So I'm just going to go back and forth on their Reddit stuff. Let's see what else we got. Hasan promoting Bad Emma Panda. Not someone I've heard of.
At this moment. You claim that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice shirt, by the way.
I'm just letting you guys.
It's Tourette's.
No, if you think I'm going to fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want...
I can't hear anybody say mean things about me. Are you out of your mind? I'm not going to listen to somebody who says mean things about me. What if they're right?
I'm to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him.
He says about a 10-minute video.
I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Okay.
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Thanks for watching. That's in the clip. Ethan, you keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
The clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I played the clip. Just chill out.
I said it. I told you why I wasn't watching that. But
oh my God, Hasan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play. Okay. You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine. Okay. You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency. Because ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Such a fucking.
So it looks like, you know, Hasan there is talking shit about him. And then as soon as I would assume this is the same guy, he turns around on Ethan, he's like, oh, this guy's awesome.
Freak, dude. Oh my Lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just correct.
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right?
I don't know if you have So if I banned and I said, we're not watching any Destiny videos at all, ever. And then I was beefing with some third party. And then Destiny was making content about that third party. And I was like, oh yeah, Destiny, here we go. That would be a little bit hypocritical, especially if the third party that I'm talking about was someone who's supposed to be a friend.
Let's just promote Bad Empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just
All right, the next chapter starts.
He is the
you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That's
accurate.
Seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry.
Projection. The angriest leftist that just never shuts up. Yeah, that's you, bro.
The cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Someone who, I got it. Yes,
like,
you're. By the way, you couldn't even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you.
Stop talking over the clip.
Go to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative.
It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done.
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
Because you're a bitch.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that?
No, I don't really want to hear your perspective, but I guess that's
your production team put together. Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So Bad Empanada, he's crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube. Okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos attacking me? Are those? Is that part of his great body of work?
Bad Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific.
Just go. Okay, well his essays are bad, but like the other stuff is fine. I'll just go to the next chapter here. Where are we at? We talked about each other equally as much as debunking quote unquote obsessed comments.
Most of them about me.
No, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Oh, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on. Let me. Over 60-day period. That's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous. You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay. First of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel.
Yeah. So that's the cope. That's the cope. There's 24 hours of me talking about you, but because I didn't clip them up, it doesn't count. Like what? What are you talking about?
Ethan, these are fan channels.
They're fan channels of who? Showing who talking. you.
Right.
Disingenuous. You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel defense is a. Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular?
Damn.
You think that's regular?
Either I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean?
I have no control over what my people think that tune into me for 10 hours a day. I have absolutely no control over that. Now, do I think that, somebody who is a fan of a streamer, that they're responsible for that? Of course not. But to act like fans of yours are talking about Ethan that has nothing to do with you is fucking ridiculous.
You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream,
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing
you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
A lot more than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does not.
Same moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to the
does not have this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. Times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes.
I want this fucking
24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay, so
because I think you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you.
So if Ethan is smart, then the next thing he's going to show is how much H3 has talked about Hasan, and it's going to be less.
Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On your Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. Oh, you have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
hold on.
story
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on.
I don't know what's going on. It's not showing me the chapters that I'm highlighting. So I definitely want that. Let's just jump up here because I really don't care about. Well, you're obsessed with me, and you're more obsessed with me than I'm obsessed with you.
Okay, against these, you used him as a primary source earlier because you thought he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. And what does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that. Like we're aligned with every other take.
Is this background like actually the city, or is this a green screen
in the world?
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk about
you use his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this.
Fair. If you bring up Norm, he can bring up Norm.
Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claim that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
No,
and by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day if you want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's
very odd.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean,
that tracks. If that's genocide, then they are the
two examples. I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done?
Why? Because they're fucking terrorists.
For peace, other than kidnap innocent civilians. What have they done for their own populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth.
That is
what
a
are they doing
direct
for
material. The Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever. I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
They deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who are held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example.
The broader point is you like terrorists.
Example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay, hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across
no, it's irrelevant,
you have to admit
and you just talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all that is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem.
It understands? You mean it is reasonable for other people to understand? Shout out to equality and deference because vagina. Welcome. Said, oh, hail Norman Finkelstein. Everyone we don't like are terrorists. Well, not everyone, but the people who are terrorists aren't terrorists. Also said, liked and shared. Guys, you guys know how much those free things, just liking the video and sharing the video, whether you think anybody's going to click on the link or not, it doesn't matter just by you hitting the share button. It really, really helps the channel. So thank you so very much, and welcome to the party.
And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
That's what he said, according to this, 3.5 hours ago. I draw the line at killing civilians. That's what he said at the beginning, and that's what he's saying now. John said Israel wants them all gone, so if other countries help by accepting refugees, it only enables Israel. True. So equality, I had to work last night, so I didn't get to do my stream last night. So this is a makeup just for you guys.
The IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF?
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership.
That's not why. That's not why. God says the Israelis and USA terrorists too. Everybody's a terrorist. You're a terrorist, and you're a terrorist, and you're a terrorist, and you're a terrorist. Terror
city per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch this.
You kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again. His name is Rashid al-Haddad.
Don't care.
He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not.
Then why'd you talk to him?
Not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
His last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay.
He said, good point to John, saying Israel wants them all gone. So if other countries help by accepting refugees, it only enables Israel.
Let's watch the evidence.
I personally don't care about, helping or hurting or like, I just want people to stop fighting and killing each other. Like that's all I'm asking for. Crazy? Maybe I'm crazy.
You have this person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker,
terrorist,
in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of
Yemeni people? They just don't know as much as Americans, so we can't expect them to be moral people.
Low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
let me show you.
It's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure
the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone
Israel
in that
doesn't
side
claim
of the
they're doing
world,
it on
when
behest
they
of
say
Jews.
Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people,
Do you
including
think he's like Anne Frank?
When is this clip coming?
Why
is their flag say
every single?
Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it damn the Jews?
They're directly fighting Saudi Arabia.
Oh, but
what
I thought,
are you talking
you see
about?
the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the
which
Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has
Arabia?
A clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No,
Do you wanna see it?
let me show you this because you've been
You
going
wanna
on
hear
and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm going to play this video. Okay. He says, ready for sacrifice. Maybe I read
sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cup. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And
I can't find it. All right, we're gonna look for it. Shout out to Tech asking for the bag kick. I don't know where it is. I searched it here on YouTube, and I'm not seeing. Oh, is this it? No, this isn't it. Oh man, come on, baby, give me the bag kick. There's too much fresh. Oh, no. It's not there. And then I tried on Twitter. I don't see it here either. Did he nuke it from the internet? Let's try it. Come on, baby. Video. It's on here.
In Montana was a little slut.
Where did it go? Why has it disappeared from the internet? Oh, okay. Well, we got, we're getting close here. Let's see if it's in the. Yeah. One more. It's even funnier with the but it really does show you that being a big man don't mean shit. Equality said, I want people to stop fighting and killing each other. I completely agree, naturally. Who's twitchy eyebrows that I'm talking to? That's Ethan Klein of H3 Productions. They did have a podcast together for a while, but then Hasan said there's baby settlers in Israel, and that started a whole fucking thing. Bambi said Israel doesn't have a right to that land, and even if they did, the Palestinians still exist, and they can't just erase them. Fuck them both. Fair enough. Only because of Britain do they. Israel should stop imposing their political will using false chosen people claims and victimhood to get what they want. Yeah, it's really frustrating when religious people use religious bullshit to try to inject that into their politics, right? Me too. John said Israel should use the USA model, reservations and all that. Not fully sure what you mean by that, and embarrassing to say the least. All right, this is what we were trying to get to anyway, so let's back this up a little bit.
Jews.
Damn the
Which
Jews.
I have
Curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
Very
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to,
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has
Arabia?
a clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No,
Do you want to see?
let me show you this because you've been
You
going
want to
on
hear
and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm going to play.
How did I twist it? What was twisted about what I said? Oh, nothing. Gotcha.
This video, okay? He says, ready for maybe I read
sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cup. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug.
Butt plug!
To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. Why did he say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh,
clearly he does. You spoke to him in English.
Soldier.
Actually, no. You know what? He did have an interpreter, but clearly he speaks English.
Why did you say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank,
just like Anne
posted,
Frank, by the way,
if Anne Frank lived, if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust, and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you
on that
mean?
one? Because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and.
You can take all the time you like. I am very familiar with the fact that I am talking and you are typing. The question was, how was it twisted? How was it twisted? Take all the time you need, because I didn't twist it. But I'm here to listen. Has anything that you said not been addressed?
Crowd going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're gonna do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Yeah, the reason they can't do that is because the religious dogma prevents them from seeing the other side as human beings. That's why dogma is so bad. That's why we need to rid the world of dogma.
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she
was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Either, Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against?
I wouldn't hold
Frank
it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical like figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen.
You
who
really
is
like to do
19
that.
fucking years old.
Why are we discussing the post of a dude in Yemen? Because he's a random dude in Yemen, or because you brought him onto your channel and said that he was doing all these amazing things? Accountability. Nope.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and glazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone in fucking who's?
Do you like One Piece?
Apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, but apparently partied with the captains.
Wasn't even correct.
You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
Just insane. Here's some clips
but hold
that you
on,
haven't
besides
shown.
being like wrong, it's insanely
no,
incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay. After this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single.
I mean, liking the show has nothing to do with how cringe it was that Hasan brought it up.
Victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن هل بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا
okay wait
طبعا جاتني اسئله
so of course many
كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان
what if the Jews return to Yemen?
هل بنسمح لهم ولا لا
Will we allow let's turn this on. Will we allow them or not? Of course it is normal. We the Yemenis extend our hand in peace. Yemen is allowed for anyone who lives in it. What do we say?
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect.
Yo, put a 1 in the chat if you have not seen when Hasan had some dude, I don't know, it was a black dude, there on stream with him. And he's like, yo, they're a very musical people. Check them out. And it shows a straight up terrorist propaganda video. Put a 1 in the chat if you have not seen that, because you need to see that.
Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break.
Our problem is not with the Jews.
It's not with the Jews,
guys.
Man, buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate.
Well, what do you think about all this shit?
You picked and chose this motherfucker, dude.
But I showed you. Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not.
They're both dirtbags. That's not really what we're discussing here.
Both believes the Jews are our friends and also we need to murder them all.
The problem is
he believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The problem is you conflate.
No, he said Jews. He in the tweet said this is what we're going to do to Jews.
From a Western perspective, for them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
and
it
that's
as
the Jews' fault, right?
But listen to me.
You're blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
Hey, shout out to equality and deference because of vagina for the PayPal. Thank you. Very, very much appreciated. Where does that put us with our swole goal? Guys, we can still hit it. Thank you. So very, very much appreciated.
Him. I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this person.
I watched it. That's not what he said.
He has no reason.
He said if they support Palestine, then I like them.
That is true. I do remember him saying that.
You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. Look, that's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't say love.
What did he say? Hold on a second.
Like.
What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said.
That's not what you said.
That's not even what the question was. The question was about what he said.
With Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you were wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine.
Yep.
All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you
literally said that on social media
or you want me to be, because I understand the material conditions and what plays a role in people's
And there's the bigotry of low expectations again. He's just a poor Yemeni. How could he know right from wrong?
Recognition of the world.
Nobody needs to fear with Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. Too dolled up.
You have not let a single clip play without talking over it. And you're going to say, play the clip on your channel. Play the clip and don't interrupt it.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. He's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way, I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can. It does matter, unfortunately. You're on Twitch where stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube, there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God forbid, someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link?
Mr. Fair Use.
Was that a joke? Was that your attempt at a joke, Hasan?
Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get.
Play the video. What are we doing?
Let me play this for a minute, and then we'll move on.
Then it is normal. It is above our heads, and Yemen. Any person who wants to come to Yemen is above our heads. Of course, I think the foreigners and the Jews who stood up with the foreigners.
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow,
it's like a video of Hitler. No, yeah. I love the Jews.
Let's keep it going. No, I love this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Is he gonna read this?
Sorry, I'm trying.
Okay, so the Zionist tries to hide behind the Christian or the Jew or the innocent, and we understand everything. There are Jews, he says, with us, and there are Christians with us. When we say Zionist, we do not mean the innocent Jew or the innocent Christian. We mean the one who kills children.
I don't know where the audio went.
Fair enough.
Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hasan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half of MSM was chasing.
Well, first of all,
you guys have KFC? Legitimate journalism. Yeah, Taylor Lorenz, I'm not surprised that you think that is legitimate journalism.
Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question.
So, Bambi, what was it that I twisted? Giving you a... No, you posted that at 10:02. That was 10 minutes ago. So, unless you're writing a paragraph, there's only 200 characters. So,
what do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
Yes, equality. He has Tourette's.
Cool. You asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if there's Zionist Jews? That there are Israeli Jews that support you?
All right, let's see what this is. Let's see what this is. We'll get to the highlight. That's 3:43, and that's about at the 4-hour mark. So that is the game plan.
Oh, she's my wife.
We still got time to hit that swole goal, guys. We've got plenty of time.
about how fucked up that is. As many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan says, only I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD
know why? Because
too?
I understand people can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. If she is illegally there, she is not supposed to be there. It does not matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in.
I don't think she knew.
I don't know who they're talking about. So we're just gonna move on.
These night raids in the West.
Okay, you got to understand
the reason why.
I'm gonna just go to this this chapter. We're at 345.
It's very long. Wait, that's one example. That's one small.
Out of context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great.
Wait, where? I think we're there, right? We're at 305. Okay, so we want to go.
Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy?
This horrified Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the exaggeration?
By killing them,
no, this isn't a comparison
by massacring them,
what was
and then
fucking hell, bro? You are
letting
incapable
survivors
of
tell the
answering
tale. You asked me a question and I can't even fucking answer it. What are we doing?
You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
about the historical fact of
lesson. Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay? Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as
what
the
the
Nakba.
Fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it not?
leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because their governments had made
How many
deals
left
with
voluntarily?
either Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're lying and you're fucking dead wrong. Let me. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured, widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars.
Again, not answering a question. Just answer the question.
On this issue.
Oh my God!
Is
please.
an Iraqi Jew by the name of Abi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true.
So, equality. It's a dishonest question from Hasan. If a huge amount of Palestinians flee out of terror, it's not technically voluntary, which is what Ethan was trying to get at.
And that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? What? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government? Why is it the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you,
arrive
Hasan.
at that conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before
why
the bombs went off,
being established?
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the
great.
idea
So let me hear what
Israel.
so
you like Israel.
Yeah, you're a liar.
You
you're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masouda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against.
I thought he was going to get up again. The
Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The
So it was completely because of the Mossad.
First 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim. You fucking liar.
Hold on.
No, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
listen.
All this is
wait. Don't play the video. Please.
The main reason
no.
for the exodus was not the bombs. It was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
Yeah, fucking Israel.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
All right, here we go, guys. This is the highlight of the entire almost 5-hour stream.
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
So you just Googled his name.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK.
I don't know how you can be this. I want to say calm, but it's almost, it's not calmness. It's just like beta-ness. Like, how are you dealing with someone talking over you that much? And not being like, dude, shut the fuck up. Or you can get off the stream. I don't understand.
In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan,
he said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left.
We had one from before, so we got 3 Ethans.
Because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend.
I'm counting my friend.
A very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
contend
does.
with what I said.
Hold on.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that?
Ethan,
explain what he meant by saying.
Oh. 5 Ethans gets me a drink.
We didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
you are
Zionist
out of your mind.
Is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis.
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi governments race.
So from what I'm understanding is that the fact that his chosen scholar is not agreeing with his point, he's just obfuscating and saying, well, they're talking about Iraq, not Palestine, as if the entire Middle East isn't in the same, essentially the same conflict.
During the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq?
Do you
think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that what you think?
were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are
Hasan,
not
you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
You
were numerous
coward.
pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the question.
movements
You're going to
that
call
were
me
sparking
racist,
up
but you won't
all around
answer.
the region,
Why
Ethan.
did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
Because of
reasons. Why did the Israeli
anti-Semitism.
government...
They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses. They had homes that they were forced to abandon to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionists or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
that has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass.
Palestine, Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were...
Well, Equality says, if we were playing a drinking game based on the word Ethan, we'd be thoroughly inebriated. And number one, that's why I said every 5. And number 2, we are playing that game. Every 5 times we hear Ethan, we drinking, and I'm quite inebriated.
Happening?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist.
I'm not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not
Yes,
comprehending
you are.
my point.
They left.
I've never justified that.
Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
You're materially wrong. You're lying.
I recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go over
countries.
Oh, but that's fine to put them all as Arab on the Sabra tier list, right? No principles, just positions. Now, when we want to put all Arabs in the same group, that's terrible. But before, when it's Arabs versus Jews, no problem.
And the pan-Arabic nationalist movements, as states
Let's go
were
over
being
them.
designed,
In Egypt,
mostly by Western
you want to talk
nations.
facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
In
you don't
Egypt.
know, you got
That's
fucking
one.
a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain to
Hasan,
you so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to ad hom?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to
This is
talk.
supposed
That's
to
the
be
problem. You
an
don't want to listen.
admonishment of
You've talked
You're supposed to
plenty.
be attacking my perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you can do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead. But that's racism. Now let's talk about.
Yep. And yeah, exactly, Guamtic. That's why at no point have I thought, oh, this is going to be an interesting discussion of the actual issues. This is purely a what's the word I'm looking for? A sectioning of the type of rhetoric, the type of argumentation that we get from these people. And it's so perfect because we're not trying to disprove their claims or show why they're wrong. We're focusing on how their argumentation is wrong. And because they're both essentially on the same side of compared to us, then it's easy to just look and be like, he's stupid and he's stupid too. But why? Why? That is the question.
I also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
It's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do
to
with that.
return?
They were forced to go there by the
Every single
Arab
one of these countries
countries
have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own
It's time to listen,
voluntarily.
Hasan.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying
you
the
are
Nakba.
packaging them together.
No,
to
no
make
one is
a
justifying the
horrifying
Nakba. I'm
position.
explaining how it's fucking insanely racist.
Equality is heading out. We are going to be heading out shortly as well. But thank you so very, very much for stopping by. You have a good one.
Just to discredit the plight, the running
No, you're
of
fucking racist.
discrimination.
Like, don't discredit the plight.
But I'm not.
No, you.
I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not
Why'd they
justifying
leave?
that at all.
Why'd
you
they
think
leave?
that You think that because you want to drive home a point that
why
this
did they
is
leave their communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes? Why did they leave?
You'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
See, this is where that destiny tactic would come in handy, and just be like, okay, yeah, you say it, and I'll just ask you the question again when you're done. Why do you think they left?
But he's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating?
See, that's what you don't want to do. When someone is trying to steamroll you and you ask a question and they just go off on their own thing, no matter what they say, do not engage with it, because now you're on their territory.
On antiquated anti-Semitism. And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds of years?
Let's talk about the last 100 years. That's great. Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish riots broke out after the war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the war, after the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves following the establishment of the Israel.
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left.
Well, like I said, asking why everyone seems to hate the Jews can lead you in many interesting directions. Some of them not being a comfortable thing to talk about these days. Yeah, it's a weird thing that's been going on, man.
That inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan. If you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Right.
Okay. Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms.
Lie.
Others were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically
proven
liar.
Do you think that Jews,
and I feel
just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying liar.
The amount
you're
that
undermining
left,
your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is
none
an insanely irrelevant point. A series of bombs targeted Jewish areas in Cairo between June and September. They killed 70 Jews,
that's my point.
Injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is...
Oh, that's 5. That's 5. Hey! Dilly, my fucking dilly. Dilly Green said the Houthis just surrendered today. Really? Are you just saying that? All right, let's get to the
1956. When
direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you blaming the Jews for getting? Are you blaming the Jews?
That did happen? Okay, hold on. We gotta do a
for being expelled from Egypt. 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries.
No, I'm not.
Versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison,
that's why it's anti-Semitic. That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
All right, let's see what we got from Scott.
We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've been announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that. And we will stop the bombings. And they have capitulated, but more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore. And that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that. So I think it's very, very positive. They were knocking out a lot of ships going, as you know, sailing beautifully down the various seas. It wasn't just the canal. It was a lot of other places. And I will accept their word. And we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately. And Marco, you'll let everybody know that. Okay. Do you have something to say about that, by the way? It's a pretty big announcement.
Yeah, this is always a freedom of navigation mission. These are a band of individuals with advanced weaponry that were threatening global shipping. And the job was to get that to stop. And if it's going to stop, then we can stop. And so I think it's an important development.
And we'll have maybe before we're going to, as you know, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia. We're going to UAE and Qatar, and that'll be, I guess, Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then, we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make, like as big as it gets. And I won't tell you on what, but it's going to, and it's very
Biggest
positive.
announcement
I tell you it was
ever.
negative or positive. I can't keep that out. It is really, really positive. And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject, very important subject. So you'll all be here. Mark, would you like to say a few words?
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
No, we ain't listening to Mark Carney, but interesting. So, I mean, you know, the things are a moving. Things are a moving. And I, you know, like you guys are saying, they'll use another name or something. Probably. And yeah, under that specific name. So is the war over? Probably not. But let's take what we can get. Bonzek said Hasan is mostly upset about this because now he has to work to find another cash cow for himself. Oh no! Nah, there'll be another bullshit thing that he'll be able to grift with very, very easily. I'm sure, if anything, where he has a team and you know, coaching and any of that stuff, it definitely has to do with the broader topics. Oh, you can just lean in on this, talk about this for the next 6 months, and people will follow every single word. Kelly Green said, I think you can taste the Hasanabi tears right now. He might go to jail. Why would he go to jail? What did he do to go to jail? I mean, his opinions are that bad. I would be totally okay with him being locked up for those opinions. But fortunately, that's not how it works. But yeah, very, very interesting to see how people, you know, you people who talk for a living, people who, you know, do this, people who get into these types of topics are not always as good at talking about them as they make it seem. It's very, I can tell you personally, it's much, much easier to sit alone behind a camera and spout other things than to have somebody else there who can push back. And that is definitely why we don't see more debates or you know, guest appearances from Hasan, because anybody could push back and he has nothing to say. Oh, you guys were, I thought y'all were joking about that. All right. Hey, I mean, if he was there, then, you know, get him out. But all right, guys, I think we are going to close it down there. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I'm sorry I had to miss a Monday night, but of course I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, unless I tell you otherwise. But usually, I mean, when's the last time I missed a Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Never, ever, 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 ever. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like right now. So make sure you are subscribed and ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. One more thing, let's leave you with this. If you guys are enjoying the show, the party rages on 24/7 over in our Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat and is absolutely free to join 24/7. We're in there hanging out, having a great time. And guys, it is absolutely free. However, if you are a member of this channel here on YouTube, you can scroll right below that video and hit that join button. Starts at $2.99. There's a few different tiers, but $2.99 will get you in. It gets you members only live streams here on YouTube, all that other good stuff. But it opens up the full Discord server. So we've got the free chat that is open to anyone. Anybody can join and talk. But as you can see, that is just one of our channels. There's a bunch of different channels here, including our Disciple chat for members only, our Word of the Day watch party, where we're talking about all this stuff. And of course, we have the voice channel here, where we are hanging out at this moment. Shout out to everybody in the Discord server. Say hello and tell them to come and join. There you go, guys. Simple as that. See you there. All right, all right. And Kelly Green said, I'm a member. Yeah, goddamn right. He said, we have tasty Kool-Aid and candy. Come on through. I'm not supporting. I'm not supplying that. But hey, if you guys want to get into some shit, I ain't going to stop you. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I know that it's Tuesday night. You could be doing anything in the world, yet you are here hanging out with Morty, my co-host, and I have been your host, Lutch. Wait, I'm not there yet. You are hanging out with us, and that means the world to me. I know. There's a million other things to do, but it really does mean a lot. So thank you very, very much. Once again, that is the co-host Morty. I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Peace.